I am Alan Kilavuka. Welcome to the first 787 Dreamliner Praetor conversion.
Africa is one of the continents that has grown. KQ Cargo has filled the gap. We've operated over 1,500 sectors during this pandemic.
The biggest thing is just the initiative and innovation that we find in the KQ family. We were thrown a challenge and an opportunity.
Once COVID hit, there was quite a significant decrease in passenger numbers, which meant we had quite a number of passenger aircraft lying around.
We had cargo team carry cargo on the passenger seat, and this enabled them to meet the supply demand at that point, and this is where this project came about.
This was never planned for. Kenya Airways never thought they would take a Dreamliner and make it to a Praetor. Passenger aircrafts repurposing into cargo aircraft.
Our license to fly is safety. That's why before we carry out any big changes, we have to ensure that we meet the requirements of safety and compliance.
Preparation was the heaviest part of it because it involved the preliminary understanding of what the modification is all about. From that, we moved to execution of the modification itself, and everything was done precisely as per the drawings because you don't want to do any deviations.
I feel good about this project. It's the first in the world, and it also shows that we can be entrepreneurs within the company to come up with solutions that will be able to assist the company and the country.
What makes me happy so much about this is, one, that it is being carried out by Kenyan engineers. It also shows how world-class our product is and how world-class our engineering is.
This aircraft was modified by Kenyans, will be flown by Kenyans. The people in the cabin loading will be Kenyans. The people who will be checking the safety aspects will be Kenyans. A Kenyan registered aircraft, and it's a joy for me as a director of operations to see this being done by our people.
Left and down runway 06. Can I choose 1019 for down?
You have controls?
I have controls.
Jumbo, in a very good day, ladies and gentlemen, your captain from the flight deck. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on board again, Kenya Airways. KQ cleared for takeoff.
Jambo, and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to warmly welcome you to this virtual event dubbed KQ Aviation 101 Virtual Workshop, this 1st of July 2021, the first of its kind. We are very excited to have each and every one of you on board. And I'd like to introduce my co-host, Grace Bihenda, who will take us through a bit of housekeeping.
Technical challenge. Then what has happened? Button.
All right, so I think she's having a bit of technical challenges. But we'd just like to do a bit of housekeeping. I'll take you through the program. And then after that, Grace will come and take us through some of the things we need to watch out for. So we will start with a welcome address from our CEO, who will give the opening remarks and welcome address, and that is Alan. And then after that, we will have a very exciting panel on opportunities in the aviation sector. And then after that, we will have another session on corporate entrepreneurship. And then we will have a panel on how corporate innovation is transformational for the startup space in terms of creating opportunities for startups and SMEs. And then we will be introducing the KQ Innovation Challenge. And then we'll have a session for Q&As, and then we'll get to closing and next steps. So this is what we have lined up for you. We will be introducing the speakers as we go. So stay put, and we're looking forward to a very exciting morning or half of the day. So welcome, Grace. I see your technical challenge solved.
Yes, I'm back now. Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. My name is Grace Vihenda, co-hosting this event together with Martin. And a very warm welcome to you joining us from wherever you are. This event has been brought to you by 3 partners, and you'll be seeing more of them as we go along. We have Sandbox, Color, and Strathmore University, together with our Kenya Airways Innovation Hub. And you're very welcome to hear what we have prepared for you. I want just to orient you regarding the tools that you have on this webinar. At the bottom of your screen, or depending on how your console looks, you have several features. One, you're able to chat, and your chats will come to the panelists who will be able to answer your questions or address your concerns. And then you're also able to poll. We'll put up a few polls as we go along, and you'll be able to poll on different subjects. And then also you have a raise hand feature in case you'd like to raise your hand either to ask a question or to confirm something. You should be able to do that. And in case you have any queries or concerns, please feel free to use your chat function. We'll be looking at it and also addressing anything that comes in through there. So thank you very much. Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Right now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce and welcome our Group MD and CEO, Mr. Alan Kilabuka, who is going to give an opening and welcome address. So, karibu sana, Alan.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Grace. And good morning, everybody, and welcome to this workshop. I'm sure it will be a very exciting day for all of you. Thank you for attending. We have had an overwhelming response to this workshop, so it means that it is we're well in the space. So very quickly, I mean, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I just wanted to first of all, welcome you to this workshop. And secondly, very quickly, to tell you a little bit about KQ and our drive for innovation. The background is very clear, is that the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have been very severe to the aviation industry. I mean, that goes without saying. And, for us, we've been around 44 years. And for the first time in 44 years, we actually grounded our aircraft. And so we had to sit back and think about what next. And this forced us into thinking about different ways of organizing ourselves in order not just to thrive or grow, but actually to survive this period. We're definitely not out of the woods yet, but we are in the space of looking for opportunities that present themselves because of where we find ourselves. So for us, innovation has become imperative for our growth strategy, for our survival strategy. So it's embedded in our corporate strategy. And what we have done, when we were down, when we were in the lull, we invited staff and the ecosystem to really think about what are the ways out, what are the ideas of doing things differently, given the state that we found ourselves in. And when we did the ideation process, with staff and the ecosystem, we got back over 700 ideas from staff. So we have been churning through those ideas, and some of them we've implemented, some of them we have deferred, and so on. But we thought it wise to formalize the process, and we have now set up. Initially, we set up a virtual aviation innovation hub, which is the first in Africa, I believe, for aviation. And now we are busy building out the physical space for the innovation hub, which is going to be a collaborative space for both people in Kenya Airways and the ecosystem, and specifically also for SMEs and startups who will come in and help us in terms of co-creation, thinking about different ways and ideas of coming up with innovative ways to resolve modern issues, particularly around aviation. So this is very exciting for us. We are going to actually be opening it up on the 8th. I'm sure you'll hear a lot about it in the news. Very modern, very nice, and actually the way it has been set up is very clever. We've used we've used material that is recyclable. We recycle material from our aircraft, from our workshops, and we've tried to make it as eco-friendly as possible. So for us as Kenya Airways, we are also committed to startups and SMEs, the ecosystem, because we've become more and more aware that as we tackle this innovation challenge, startups are inspirational for us as large organization. As a large organization, we employ over close to 4,000 people. We are in about 50 countries around the world. So we are, by Kenyan standards, we are a large organization. And by definition, large organizations take time to change. So we need the impetus of startups and SMEs to help us to speed up and to accelerate change, both within our organization and also within society. So this is how we see the collaboration working when we think about ourselves and our partnerships with SMEs and startups, so that we can solve problems that will be implemented faster in an agile manner and which are affordable as well. And we saw that very clearly when we were doing our innovation hub. We used, we actually used students and also, agile thinking to move this program as fast as possible. If we used our typical corporate ways of doing things, it would take us a lot longer than it has taken us now. And we, at this stage, just want to thank General Electric in particular for their support. And I know Brenda is here. Maybe she will have an opportunity to say something, but I want to thank them for their support in setting up the Innovation Hub. So again, like I said, for us, when you think about how to cross over this very difficult bridge, or to how to fly, maybe the more appropriate one to use is how to fly through this turbulence. We really think about a diversification of our portfolio, and innovation is front and center of driving our innovation agenda. So far, what have we done when it comes to innovation? And most of the ideas we've received so far are from staff. So, we use agile methodology to implement our processes. Most of you have heard about the hackathons, so we use that. You've seen the video, those of you who joined early, you've seen the video of our conversion or repurposing of long haul or wide bodies. Two of them, we've repurposed them from purely passenger to purely, for the time being, cargo. So we've increased that cargo by about 20%, the cargo load on those aircraft, and they're very, very popular. They're being used for long haul cargo haul into mostly the east and also to the west. And obviously that for us has helped us to utilize this aircraft a lot more. In addition to that, we've set up again, because of the Innovation Hub, ideas coming from staff, we've set up an operation center in South Africa, which was, again, first of its kind for our cargo operation. Some of you have heard us talk a lot about what we're calling Fahari Aviation. Fahari Aviation is our unmanned aircraft vehicle kind of company. but also we are thinking about fire aviation as a really a place where we can experiment on new ideas in aviation, starting with the drone project that we're currently rolling out. We are commercializing it between now and end of September. Already we have had such good feedback, and the way we think about, for example, our manned aircraft aviation, which are drones, is providing solutions that are quicker, faster, and they're also cheaper to the ecosystem. So we've done a lot so far. We can do a lot more, and we look forward to this collaboration, across this, particularly from this workshop and the ones to come. Now, there are definitely going to be a lot of opportunities, particularly here. There is a lot of opportunities for SMEs and startups to chime in, to come in and join the ecosystem. I know aviation is a kind of a complex, or seen as a complex sector, and it is in some sense because of the machines that we operate and because of the safety requirements. But nothing stops SMEs and startups joining in the ecosystem, because for us, it's a long value chain, and you'll hear this a little bit more during this workshop. You talk about us, starting all the way from the people looking for travel, so travel agents, all the way to people sitting in our hotels. So the whole value chain around that, including catering, you'll hear a lot more from NAS, of course, airports and supplies within airports, logistics, and so on and so forth. There's a long value chain, and there are areas there and opportunities for people to join in. So I think that is what I would like to say today. And again, like I said, I really look forward to this engagement. We have a lot of people we have on this workshop. Right from the start, I'd like to really thank the organizers who have put this together. I'd like to again thank you for joining, the ones who have joined. I see that people are still joining. I think I said we had a full book out. I see we still are at least halfway through. People are going to still continue to join. The panelists are here, experienced. You'll hear a lot more from them. Martin, Grace, and the rest of you who organize this. Good job. Let's keep going. And then the partners, of course, Sandbox, Kuala, Strathmore University. Thank you very much for partnering with us. So I'd like to open up this workshop and welcome you to participate actively. Then let's see how it's going to go. So I'd like to hand it back to you, Martin and Grace, to take us to the next stage.
Thank you very much, Alan. And the next stage actually answers a statement that Alan gave. When we talk about the aviation industry, it sounds very complex and very technical. And our next speaker, Adefunke Adeyemi, who was recently honored as one of the 200 globally most influential people of Africa, is going to take us through. So when we talk about aviation and the aviation ecosystem, what exactly are we talking about? What opportunities exist there, and how can startups plug into that? So I would like to welcome you, Adefunke, to just take from there. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Jambo, everyone, and thank you, Martin, for the kind introduction. Thank you, Alan, and the rest of your team for an excellent initiative with setting up this seminar and this workshop. I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have. As Martin said, we thought it would be useful to maybe take some of our participants through what exactly the aviation industry is about and give a very brief overview of a very complex and interlinked industry. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and take you through some of these initiatives. So just give me a second and I'll be with you. Let me know when you can see the screen.
Yes, we can. We can see the screen.
All right, very good. So I'm going to put in presentation mode and just take you through. So once more, my name is Adifun Kedeyemi. I'm the Regional Director for the International Air Transport Association, IATA, for Africa. And aviation is a really exciting industry. It's really the cornerstone of modern connectivity. And without the presence of aviation, the ability of the world to become the global village that it has would just be simply impossible. It is the means of transportation that crosses borders seamlessly and in the fastest possible way, whereby you can get from one end of the world to another within a 24-hour period. Let's talk briefly about IATA. I'll just tell you briefly about who we are and how the aviation industry came about. IATA is the global trade association for the world's airlines. We have 296 passenger and cargo carriers, which represent 83% of global air traffic, all the movements around the world. We also have additional members who participate in several of our standards and other initiatives that do not become members or are not direct members of IATA, but we still have another 200 or so of those who participate in one way or another. And our reason for being is to support our members, the airline industry, and the aviation ecosystem, as you heard from Alan. And our mission and vision is to represent, lead, and serve the airline industry. Just a brief history of how the airline industry came about. After World War II, a group of countries came together to say that never again should civil aviation aircraft be used in times of war, which is what was happening or what happened during that time. And so in 1944 in Montreal, the Chicago Convention was founded. And that was a treaty of countries to address how civil aviation would be governed. And that formed ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization. And that is the body that works with governments or states, as we call them in aviation, to set standards and other technical issues for aviation. And IATA was founded a year later in Montreal as well, as a standard setting body, working in collaboration with ICAO, setting conferences, traffic conferences, which were about the tickets and ticketing and so on, and also settling financial transactions between airlines, passengers, and other intermediaries. Today, IATA is a versatile trade association, and we continue to support the industry as we can. Our core activities are lobbying. So advocacy is really our core activity, and that's really my core activity within IATA, which is to help to support and facilitate the sustainable growth and development of civil aviation industry by creating a better regulatory and business environment for the member airlines and for the wider ecosystem, to set standards and things like tickets, e-ticketing is a standard. And there's so many other standards that have been set, but to set standards that make it a more harmonized and unified ecosystem, to make it easier, more efficient for customers to connect securely, safely, and sustainably, and as efficiently as possible with all parts of the network, and to add value wherever we can with product, services, and initiatives to support the growth of the industry. And in terms of what we do along these four core areas, it's mainly broken up into these boxes: advocacy, as I mentioned; operational, which is safety, flight operations, and everything that has to do with, an aircraft, and an airline, and everything surrounding that; the regulatory underpinnings of the industry; financial services, and financial settlements. Now, let's talk about aviation for a second. Very complex, as you heard Alan say, and this is just a picture that depicts a few elements of what happens when an aircraft takes off and lands. Every single time that an aircraft takes off and lands, so many things happen. There's so many activities that support that. So every minute, of aviation, 60 seconds in aviation sees so many metrics, the amount of trade that it helps to support, to carry, the amount of economic contribution in terms of GDP, the amount of jobs that it supports, what happens in the background in terms of data and data support, CETA, Amadeus, and some of these other companies that support the aviation system, what happens at the airport, what happens in the airspace, the amount of catering involved, meals that are prepared, fueling of the aircraft. It is just endless. The amount of baggage that is carried, some of the apps that are supported, it's endless. And this is just a brief, very, very brief figure that it tries to show it. And the point that Alan was making is very important to underscore here, which is that there are so many opportunities in the aviation industry, and aviation is really at the cutting edge of innovation and has been since it started over 100 years ago. So what are the strategic priorities that govern aviation? Well, safety is the #1 priority for the industry. I mean, there is nothing like, aviation is the safest form of transportation in the world, but we all know that, you know, whenever there's any issue with an aircraft, an incident, an accident, you know, it is as sensational as can be, simply because of its shocking nature. And so there are consistently moves and initiatives being made to ensure that aviation remains as safe as possible. And African aviation is at global standards in terms of safety, which is concerted work and effort over years. So safety, flight operations, and security are key. The second is infrastructure, what happens in the air, with the airspace, and on the ground, how to support the industry. The government and regulatory issues are fundamental because, you know, many things that impact aviation are outside of the industry's control, actually in the hands of governments, policymakers, and regulators. Climate change and environment is a big issue and very topical, as you know, especially in the last few years. Affordability, taxes and charges on the industry and supplier costs remains something that keeps CEOs up at night. I'm sure Alan can speak to that. Data and digitalization is important in terms of the role of technology and how it can play into the strengths of the industry. Airline efficiency improvements, commoditization of airline products, you know, ancillaries. We heard a lot about cargo, and there's so much more. Customer experience, harmonization and standards to ensure the seamless industry, and of course, building a pipeline of skilled staff. These are our 10 strategic priorities as a global aviation industry, and this applies as well for Africa. And this list is something I'd like you to think about to the participants, in particular the startups and the innovators, to see where, you know, you can start thinking about opportunities for innovation around here. Now, bringing it home to Africa, I mean, travel and tourism contributes in 2019 contributed $168.8 billion to GDP and supported 24.7 million jobs. These are huge numbers. And I'm sure a country like Kenya and Kenya Airways have always been at the edge of both travel and tourism since their formation, and you can understand this. But as Alan mentioned, you know, COVID-19 really devastated the industry, travel and tourism, and you know, really brought things to a screeching halt. At the height of COVID-19 in April, May, only 4% of flights were in the air in Africa, and those were just for essential services and for moving much needed medical equipment around. So aviation alone in 2019 contributed $7.7 billion, that should be billion dollars, to African GDP. Sorry, $63 billion, I beg your pardon, to African GDP and 7.7 million jobs. But it was halved by COVID. So those numbers drastically reduced. And we know that, you know, COVID was devastating in so many ways. I know that the tourism industry, the hospitality industry have all suffered a similar fate. So what does Africa aviation need? And again, for the innovators in the house to think about, you know, how this can be supported. We need continuous improvements in safety and security, of course. And while there are global standards, I'm sure that, you know, it wouldn't be amiss to have any initiatives that support our local airlines and operators in any way that is possible, or the suppliers that support them, like the airports, the airspace, and so on. The full implementation of an initiative called the Single African Air Transport Market, the SATAM, and I've highlighted it in red because I'm going to talk a bit about it later on. And this is basically an initiative to connect Africa better. And the third is regulatory and policy harmonization. As I mentioned, this is really important. The fourth is optimized infrastructure in the ground and in the air. The ease of intra-African mobility, so the ability of people and goods to move freely, between cities in Africa. I'm going to pause here. Don't worry about what you're hearing. It's my UPS, which comes on when the power goes out. And Martins knows, I think anyone who's come to Lagos or Nigeria knows that we have these power outages intermittently. Anyway, reducing taxes and charges is very important, for competitiveness, but also for affordability. Only 10% of Africans, as huge as our population is of 1.3 billion, can afford to travel by air. That's a huge challenge, but also a huge opportunity to see how we can move this needle. The human capacity development, like I said, building a skilled pipeline. And one of the really important ones that is sometimes overlooked when we're talking about, the core industry itself is multi-sector collaboration, tourism and trade. How can we come together as an ecosystem, as an affiliated, interrelated ecosystem to ensure that we really do promote the value that aviation brings to the world and to the continent. So having a competitive landscape for African aviation is really depicted by these 6 blocks. The first one there, again highlighted, it focuses on connectivity because of the size, the huge geographical size of Africa, and the lack of robust alternatives in terms of moving people around. No, highway from Cairo to Cape Town or Dakar to Nairobi. No train that traverses the entire continent. Aviation is the logical short to medium term conclusion, because 3 kilometers of runway can take you anywhere you want to go, but 3 kilometers of road, it only takes you from the beginning to the end of that 3 kilometers. So connectivity is really important, and airlines are really the leapfrog for movement and for really transforming fundamentally the socioeconomic prospects of Africa, and all of the things that go under that, connectivity, the propensity to fly, the scale and cooperation of airlines, open borders, visa requirements, air passenger information, border controls, cargo, facilitation, digitization, the supply chain, the competitiveness, but not just for the airports and the airspace and fuel suppliers, caterers, and all of the other value chain, travel agencies, and so on, the infrastructure itself, and the regulatory underpinnings of the industry. Now, the African Union has some strategic initiatives which are important to not just look at what the African aviation needs itself, but why is it needed, and what is the strategic importance of aviation? The African Union objective of self-determination for Africans and regional integration, prosperity, and unity cannot be achieved without some initiatives, including aviation. The single African air transport market is important, African continental free trade area, and the free movement of people and goods. The single African air transport market really talks to connecting cities better, like I said, but what that really means is like having a domestic Pan-African market, so that you're able to go from any city, or city to city in Africa seamlessly, without having to be constrained, and without having to go to another continent to come back to another city. Did you know that if you're going to travel between what are the 2 Congos? Yes, between DRC and Congo Brazzaville, they're next door to each other by country. But if you were to travel just next door by air within Africa, it takes about 9.5 hours. You have to go to Paris mostly to come back down. It's getting better now. Their flights from West Africa, Sky Airlines is doing a lot on that, but it's still going to take you about 4 or 5 hours if you get the shortest flight. A flight, something that should take maximum of 2. That's just one example. And so the single African air transport market is supposed to support a liberalized air transport market with new routes hopefully leading to lower fares, leading to economic growth, traffic growth, job growth. And it's really something that is exponential, because if you have a wider market, everyone who's traveling in Africa is coming into a country, they're spending money, they're supporting, economic growth and development, and also supporting the value chain. Looking at the connectivity picture of Africa over a 10-year period, we can see that there's still many gaps that need to be filled, and that's why connectivity is so important. But there has been growth over the past 10 years, but still not enough. You can still see that there's space in between the lines there, and that's what this SATAM is supposed to address. We saw a growth of 36% to 137%. And connectivity really does matter because it supports this virtuous circle of connectivity and economic benefits, of productivity, of a better user experience, of a competitive supply and value chain, of access to infrastructure and access to markets, regulatory environment, leading to a better economy. And just finally, I thought I'd share this slide that shows Kenya, what connectivity can do, and using the Kenya market to show how important it is. This our air connectivity index that we developed last year measures how well well-connected a country's cities are to other cities within a region, within a continent, and across the world. And it also picks up on other parameters like trade, tourism, and the number of tourists that arrive by air. And for Kenya, so the second largest export is cut flowers, and we can see the increment in the Kenya's export market over this last 10 years. And it's really phenomenal, just to show what aviation can do, that the flowers that are cut in the morning can be on somebody's table in Chile the next day. And this is really coming from Kenya's flower region primarily. And the countries that have 1% better air cargo connectivity engage in 6% more trade. And we've heard from Alan already what they're doing on cargo, and this is going to be quite exciting, particularly intra-Africa. So moving forward, we're trying to recover from COVID. We have to, starting with restarting the industry. Many airlines were grounded, and Alan mentioned that, and that's a lot. There's a lot behind getting an airline back and up and running. There's a need for financial support on blocking, regulatory and operational bottlenecks, trying to stimulate demand however one can, and passenger confidence, stimulating passenger confidence that it's safe to fly again. We've also got to reset as an industry, travel and tourism, focusing on better connectivity, ability to move more people around more places. Digitization is going to become increasingly important. Airline cooperation is going to become increasingly important. Ancillaries, looking at how to boost additional revenue and how to save costs for the airlines. And I think most importantly, adaptability. The fact that we cannot do things as we continue to is no longer business as usual. This is really the core of innovation and opportunities. And the third element is recovery. Travel and tourism must recover through and trade as well, especially as we restart again. The traffic itself must recover, meaning more people flying. Airlines themselves, ability to recover, meaning more planes and frequencies in the air, and just being able to get the best use of their assets. But all of this is predicated on the way that governments are reacting to the COVID. So border restrictions remain a key challenge to this recovery, and that is one thing that we're spending a lot of time on as IATA, trying to advocate with governments on the issue of how to keep the industry, the wider travel and tourism industry, and basically the world connected again and going again, ensuring that we can continue with systematic testing as a precondition for travelers, removal of quarantine. There's no point in having quarantine measures in place. People simply will not come. Why would I want to spend 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 14 days in a country, doing nothing when I can just stay back home? And so that impacts on travel, impacts on the hotel, impacts on the tourism sector, and so on. And of course, now with the advent of vaccination, we're starting to see a lot more support for travel and tourism. So going forward, for Africa in particular, and again for the innovators in the house to think about, we really need a special emphasis on a continent-wide approach to aviation and to the travel and tourism industry. We also need to support elimination of visas for citizens traveling within Africa to Africa. And I have a story about that, but I can talk to it later in the interest of time. We've got to reduce taxes and charges on aviation, which typically are not imposed by the aviation sector itself, but outside of the industry by governments and other authorities. And this is important to boost demand, so in order to be able for people to afford to travel. The average traveling African will have to spend almost 2 months' salary in order to buy a ticket. That's simply not sustainable. And that's a ticket a year. And of course, we've got to support, other industries that underpin aviation and tourism, the MICE events, conferences again, events and tourism, and so on, of course, in as safe a way as possible. The final thing, bringing it back to the reason why we're here, which is the innovation, is that digitalization and innovation and technology are going to play an increasingly important role as we come out or try to evolve into a new way of living, working, and being post-pandemic. And one of those is how to ensure that we give the passengers confidence that they can fly again, that they have data privacy, that their health credentials are safe, how we can give governments confidence that the health credentials that passengers give them are verified and are credible, how we can give the airlines the support they need to facilitate the passengers through their network in such a way, and also how we can give the laboratories support through that system. And that gave birth to the IATA Travel Pass, which is based on 4 modules: a registry of health requirements, a registry of testing and vaccination test centers, a laboratory app, and IATA Travel Pass, a simple app on the phone. It was launched at first with iOS, Apple, and it's now launched with Android. And it can read all kinds of passports. So it's not just the biometric passports or the ones with the chips, but now machine readable passports. So most of Africa can use this. It's already been trialed by some of the airlines in Africa and by several airlines across the world. And basically this just enables that facilitation of passengers freely within the continent and across the world. And finally, digitalization, as I said, is really important. And we have an initiative in IATA called Accelerate that really looks to identify and select relevant startups to help to develop different standards, products, and services, giving startups and leading technologies an opportunity to facilitate pilots and implementations between startups and airlines. And so this is really a marriage of airline and startup companies, basically what we're doing here today. And that's something that you can check out at the IATA website, Accelerate at IATA. And so that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adefunke, for such an enlightening session. I believe that the innovators in the house, their creative juices are already flowing. So we really appreciate the insight you've given on just an overview of the aviation space, the opportunities that exist within that space. And now I know most of the attendees are wondering, what next? How then can we be able to plug in to these amazing opportunities? And our next speaker, Madam Nicola Bates from Boeing, has had over 15 years experience working with early stage and scaling startups. And she's going to give us her experience of how she's been able to harness the startup ecosystem in the aviation space, working with Horizon X at Boeing. So Nicola, I'd just like to welcome you to take it on from there, so that then you can tie together and enable the startups to be able to see, and even innovators and interested parties to be able to see how then are we able to plug into the opportunities that Adefunke has so ably showed that exist in the aviation space. Welcome, Nicola.
Thanks, Martin. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. I am joining you here today from Belfast in Northern Ireland. Just en route to my second vaccine, in the hope that I can very soon come and join you guys and help support your work in innovation. First off, I'd just like to say thank you to Alan and the Kenya Airways team. Seeing those videos this morning was really impressive to see just how much work you guys have done in the last year. Hugely impressive given such a difficult time, and I think it's a real credit both to you and also the wider aerospace ecosystem, just to see how flexible we can be when we really need to be, and that's one of the things that I hope that we don't lose as we move forward, because it's something that I think that will take aerospace to a whole new level. And hearing you talk about your drone activity, that's it's going to be the future. So it's really great to see that. So just a very quick introduction in terms of who I am. Thank you, Martin, for that big introduction. So I've been with Boeing nearly 4 years now, and I'm part of the Boeing Horizon X team. And you'll hear from both me and my colleague Jacqueline Davidson later on today about Boeing Horizon X and how we actually, as a corporate venture capital arm of the Boeing company, support the startup ecosystems right across the world. And the thing that both Jacqueline and I are really passionate about is the transformative effect that startups can have on aerospace. And it was mentioned earlier, aerospace is a difficult place for startups. We are such a huge and complex industry. But equally, what we really do need is that outside thinking being brought in to aerospace to really challenge us and challenge our thinking about how we do things. Was mentioned also earlier that we are a 100-year-old industry, and we've got some very some very firm thoughts on how we do things, but that doesn't mean that those that how we do things still fit in this new world that we're all creating. So for us here at Boeing Horizon X, we make investments in early stage companies, particularly Jacqueline and I make investments in very early stage companies, and we do that right across the world. We are, the larger investments have predominantly been in the US, but Jacqueline and I's remit is really around how do we help support the growth of startup ecosystems across the world to ensure that we're seeing the absolute best talent and getting the best ideas from right across the world. So what I want to just quickly chat through today is what is that? When we talk about an aerospace or a startup ecosystem, what is that? What are the components that we need for that? And I hope that when we do that, you can all, whether you're from a corporate, whether you're from a government organization, whether you're from a university or a startup, you'll see that you have a really vital role to play in that ecosystem. So thank you, Grace. On the first slide here, you'll see, from our perspective, the things that we need to make up an ecosystem. And I kind of laugh in the first one, we've got media and influencers as the first box here. And so much of this is about communication and making sure that we are reaching out to as many of our stakeholders and brilliant minds as we can to get ideas and also to get challenges to our approaches. So that's where engaging the media and influencers can be really powerful in terms of your overall programming around how we actually drive innovation into aerospace. I think there's absolutely no doubt that we as aerospace professionals have a significant responsibility to make sure that we are reaching the best and brightest minds and that we are making it as easy as possible to come into our sector and really help us, because we need all of the help that we can get from right across the sector. And then obviously investment funding. Again, globally we see that everyone has an assumption that you have to be in the US to get investment funding. Certainly in the last year, that has leveled the playing field in a very significant way. We have access to investors, in Silicon Valley very easily now through mediums like this. We as a corporate have created our own investment fund for that same reason too. We can deploy our capital right across the world and make sure that we're actually, accessing the best possible deals for aerospace that we can. And no doubt that, reference in the next bucket, that government has a huge role to play in that. And it's really important that we, take our responsibility seriously in terms of helping governments understand what the startup ecosystems really need to help them flourish, and make sure that, whilst we are working very hard, and we've seen from the video from Kenya Airways earlier, we're all working very hard to reduce the barriers for startups into aerospace. We need to help governments also understand the infrastructural barriers that may be there to ensure that any really high potential company does have the ability to scale and does have the ability to grow that business and really access all of the opportunities that are available to them. And then, thinking about the actual the startups and the ideas themselves, obviously, innovation labs, R&D within manufacturers and corporates, and how we actually get access to that. And we don't think about that as that just being about aviation or aerospace. We do a significant amount of work cross-sectorally as well. And for example, a lot of really great and cool technology coming out of the automotive sector that would be just as applicable to aerospace and has dealt with some of the challenges that we also have. So we would look to other industries too to help us pull across some of those technologies. So I think you've got to be open-minded about where you're looking for startups or startup ideas, and also from the startups, whenever you are in a specific sector, don't think that you're just limited to that. As an investor, it's, for me, I'm looking at, companies that can be sustainable no matter what happens. And again, as we've seen in the last year, if you have more than just aerospace as your focus, you're going to be a lot more resilient as a team. So that's really important to us too. And then obviously, the core of this for me is actually a lot of the work that we do with our early stage companies is really not necessarily focused on the idea of the business, but actually the entrepreneurs, and trying to ensure that we're giving them the best education and providing them with the best potential for resilience over the long term. Because as we know, not every startup goes well, and not every startup is a success. But what we want to ensure is that those entrepreneurs can keep going, can deal with that failure and move on to the next idea and the next opportunity. So that's really important to us, that we look after our entrepreneurs. And here at Horizon X, that's one of our real core values, is about supporting entrepreneurs, because we know that they are a very special breed, and we want to support them to find what that sweet spot is and find that successful startup. And it may not be their first or second attempt at it. And then obviously, where are we breeding these entrepreneurs from? Typically from colleges, universities, and also NGOs. And so, our engagement there, making sure that foundational work is in, and again, it's a really great place for us in that, with entrepreneurs to help seed some of the ideas in terms of our challenge areas and things that areas that we think will need addressed in the future, to make sure that those potential entrepreneurs and the engineers and salespeople and marketing people that go around the entrepreneurs will be really successful. Next slide, please, Grace. So in terms of how these, come together and make the ecosystem actually work, I've just set out some very quick ideas here on what would make the ecosystem better. So if you see, the kind of category that you would fall into here, you can see, just a very first sort of idea on what you can do within that overall ecosystem to make the innovation ecosystem more sustainable, more efficient. So, for example, whenever I look at that, again, for me, it's about how do we actually, show and teach and work with entrepreneurs to communicate with us. So how do we make sure that there is an open channel for startups to come talk to us as both the investor, but also as the potential customer, as an OEM, and have an open and free channel where we can discuss both their ideas, where they feel safe to do that, and also a place where we also can share our challenge areas in order to spark some further thoughts and ideas and direction, help them hone their direction of their company. So, for example, here at Horizon X, how we do that, we keep a very, very firm firewall between us as the corporate investing team and the rest of the business. So we don't share, for example, any of the startup pitch decks that we get. We don't share those with the rest of the business, and they stay entirely firewalled inside our part of the business. So there's no potential of any IP leakage, for example, across into core Boeing. And what we do typically is that we ask for a non-proprietary deck to come to us as the investor, but then we will also ask the team for a pitch deck that they would provide to a customer for when we want to go and talk to our business units about that business. So it's something that we hold very dearly. That it's we live and die on the integrity of that, because we need the startups to be able to trust us, that they can actually talk freely about what they're thinking and where that might be, and we are then able to act as a little bit of a broker between the startup and the business unit in terms of helping them both shape their idea, but also in terms of exploring commercial opportunities. And then if you look at you look at the innovation labs. So we look at, at KQ, for example, are you guys able to act again as a bit of a broker between the startups and the VC, the venture capital community, in terms of finding the best companies? And that's a really powerful and valuable pipeline to be able to provide access to really clever, well-informed startups, and I think that's a really important role in the overall ecosystem, that we're able to do that. And again, this is where the whole communications and media piece comes in, being able to help raise the profile of your cohort of startups that you're working with, and not be precious with them. That's one of the other things for us that's really important, is around collaboration. So we actively collaborate with everyone in the ecosystem. We do not, keep a secret the teams that we're working with. We do not ask for any exclusive relationship with any of the startups that we work with. For us, what's really important is that we try to provide for those startups access to as many opportunities and as many, not just commercial opportunities, but opportunities for learning across the ecosystem, because we genuinely believe that the more that we can work together, the stronger the overall ecosystem will be, and therefore, if it's good for the aerospace ecosystem, it's good for Boeing. So that's the approach that we take in that regard. Next slide, please, Grace. So again, just going a little deeper into that, in terms of how we actually can stimulate it and the sorts of things that we need to think about. I'm not going to go too much into this, given the time that we have, but I think that the strap line along the bottom here, is a really important piece. It's about a long-term vision and thinking about specific behaviours. The culture in this is going to be the thing that will sustain it. And if we're able to bake in the right sort of behaviors and culture around how we collectively come together, so this just isn't on us, it isn't on Kenya Airways, it's on all of us collectively, startups included, to ensure that we are being collaborative, we are being open, we are trying to work together, to better the overall ecosystem as a whole. And that whole ethos around the tech community about giving first, is really important. Also beginning to think about, the startups that are maybe, if you're sitting here today as a startup, and you're a little bit further down the road than the startup that sits in the booth or the office next to you, what can you do to help them? How can you share contacts? Because the more that you can do that, I think, the stronger the whole ecosystem becomes. And working together collectively is really important. It's why we work in cohorts for our early stage teams. We typically take batches of 10 companies at a time. And the reason for that is that the power of those all being together and working together really helps accelerate everyone's collective kind of development and accelerates the whole process. So that's really important for us. And again, I think this just highlights that we all have equal kind of value in this ecosystem. It's really important that all of us play our part, because if one of these pieces of the puzzle isn't doing its job in the ecosystem, then the whole thing doesn't work. So that's why it's really important to understand your place in it, and also and I think also let's challenge each other. Please do. Jacqueline and I are both very open to suggestions and constructive criticism about what we can do better, because I think that it's really important that we all do hold each other to account to make sure that we are collectively playing our part in terms of helping the ecosystem move forward. Next slide, please, Grace. And as I mentioned earlier, the culture piece. So really what we want to do is effectively be stimulators of this ecosystem, with the view that the ecosystem should effectively take on a life of its own. It shouldn't require KQ to do all of the heavy lifting here. Once we actually get things up and running and we've set the right culture, it will become an evolving beast of its own, that should take on a level of momentum that will help us grow and grow globally. But the one thing that I do really want to call out here is this idea of welcoming failure. As an aerospace community, the words failure do really strike fear in all of us, because as was mentioned earlier, when it doesn't go well, it's catastrophic. So that is culturally, we know that that's something that we need to to face head on, whilst also keeping in mind that for us, safety and sustainability is not optional. It's absolutely key to everything that we do. But we need to get more comfortable with trying things and accepting that they don't work, and trying something new. So that's really important. And then the other thing for me is about promoting diversity. And the one thing that I learned, whenever I was in a startup and working that life, is that you will, as a startup founder, you will face every single challenge that you could possibly imagine, and 1,000 more that you could never have dreamt of. And the absolute best way that we have seen for startups and startup founders to survive that is to have a diverse team around them. And that isn't just, that isn't just gender based. That isn't just, culture based. To me, that is every aspect of diversity. So we want people with very, very different personality types, different experiences around the table, because it will help us address all of those issues that we face in a much more robust way, and just make us more resilient in the future. So for me, that's the one big message here is if we start this and start to build that culture with diversity at the core, that will ensure that we are as resilient as we possibly can be in the future. I'm just very quickly going to take a look at the questions to see if there's anything quickly that I can address. So just in terms of how media and influencers make impact in the ecosystem, it's about awareness. I think that for the most part, it's innovation doesn't belong or doesn't live in just one place, and typically what we find is that it's actually getting the right innovators to the right to the people with the problems at the right time. That is the crucial piece. I think all of the solutions are out there somewhere. We just need to be able to communicate the challenges so our innovators can meet those challenges, and then make sure that we make the connections between those as efficiently as possible. So I think that's where media and influencers can be hugely important to all of this. As I said, Jacqueline will be joining the panel later, so please save up all your hard questions for her. But equally, if you want to get in touch with us, Martin and Grace, we are happy for you to share our contact details, and happy to take some time with any of the teams that will be part of the KQ Challenge, and we'll be on hand to support in any way we can. So thank you all for your time today.
Thank you very much, Nicola, for such an insightful session. Of course, it arose a number of questions, some of which I'll invite my colleague Grace to answer. But before Grace comes on, there's a question that has been asked severally on whether the presentations will be shared. I'd just like to let you know that the session is being recorded and it will be shared with all participants, so you'll be able to go over it again. Grace, I'd just like to welcome you to answer a question from Brad Kamami. And the question is, thank you for great and groundbreaking session. Segueing off an excellent point made by Ms. Bates, should the ideas proposed to KQ be exclusively KQ? Some ideas might require network effects that might include another airline so as to achieve a critical mass, the activation energy. Think of how Apple applications are now on the Android Play Store. So Grace, please take that.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And also thank you, Brad, for your question. So here, the answer to what you're saying is that it will not be exclusive to KQ. If you have an idea that you'd want us to explore together, experiment together, test with our customers, and we find there's opportunities to scale it, then we will help you to scale that idea and expand it to be able to be used for other airlines as well. So the answer is, it is not exclusive to KQ. We will help you develop your ideas and grow them and scale them, as long as we are seeing it's mutually beneficial for us as an airline, and also in our diversification agenda, and also for you as an entrepreneur. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Grace. There is another question that has come from Charles Otieno. And the question is, to KQ, are you open to working with startups in Kenya in the eVTOL space? Final question, will you open up your booking API? Thank you. So on the first question, yes, we are open to working with startups, just as Grace has said earlier. We are really open, and as you'll see towards the end of this webinar, Grace will take us through, we'll have the challenges from KQ, and Grace will take us through how you can be able to register and how you can be able to participate in the Fahari challenge. So just stay put, and you'll be able to know how you can be able to participate. And we are open to working with the whole startup ecosystem. Now, there's a question that came for Adefunke, and I'd kindly like to request you, Adefunke, to answer that question. It's IATA specific. So if you would kindly just unmute, I think it came from Joan Chesoni. Adefunke, if you can hear me, kindly just unmute and answer Joan's question. If not, at the moment, we can we can pack it, and we will answer it as we go on with the webinar. All right, so next up, we have Dr. Joseph Sevilla from Strathmore University. And Dr. Joseph Sevilla will be talking to us about corporate entrepreneurship and how corporates can become more entrepreneurial. Welcome, Dr. Sevilla.
Thank you, Martin. Well, as you mentioned, the topic is about corporate intrapreneurship. In our current world, technology is providing new opportunities, and not only is providing new opportunities, it's providing new opportunities at a very fast rate. Our current business model and activities are highly influenced by technology, and unless we are able to keep up with the changes and opportunities that technology is bringing, many companies face the basically the challenge that they might not be in business in a few years if they don't innovate, if they don't keep up with the opportunities and advances of technology. I think all of us have heard and have seen the examples of very big corporations that were very, very successful, but they disappear very quickly because they didn't keep up with technology. I don't know, for some of us that are a bit older, you will remember companies like Kodak. Okay, Kodak was very successful in two counts, selling cameras and film. Now, when technology evolved, Kodak was unable to keep up. I don't think they didn't do anything, but they just didn't do it right. My first digital camera was a Kodak, actually. So we cannot say that they didn't try. But that camera really was terrible, okay? And at the same time, you had younger companies that were able to produce digital cameras that were exceptional. Another interesting company was, again, you know it very well, and most of you have lived that, was Nokia. Nokia was producing the most successful phones in the market, and they really had the biggest share in the market. But along came companies like Apple and Google, who and they changed the business. Okay, I'm told that Google had approached Nokia, and Nokia told Google, "Look, this is a business of hardware, not of software." Little they realized that in a very short time, the market situation changed completely. So companies need to innovate, and companies tend to be very protective of the environment and the business model that they are using, especially if they are successful. We have examples in Kenya, like for instance, Safaricom. Safaricom is reputed to be the most innovative company in Kenya because they introduced M-Pesa that was a very big success. Well, I think there are some other speakers that will speak later from Safaricom, and maybe they can correct me, but Safaricom, I would say M-Pesa was just, you know, a bit of luck, something that I don't think they were expecting, but it did become a huge success. Why did it become a huge success? Was it because they were seeking innovation? Actually, I don't think so. they did introduce some new idea, and that idea happened to be very, very successful. So that leads us to the questions, okay, how do companies can promote innovation? Well, part of it begins with the internal culture on how they promote ideas, new products, new ways of facing the business, to begin with from their internal employees, because nobody knows better the business of the company than their own employees. And that needs to be channeled. I know a number of local companies, they have set up an innovation department. So that is a beginning. You begin by having a group of people within the company that are looking at innovation. But that is not enough, okay? And it's not enough in two counts. The first count is unless these innovation departments have very strong support from their top management, they will not succeed, okay? And I have seen that in local companies. You have a department that is trying to look at innovative solutions using local resources, which is quite interesting, is to realize that we do have local resources in the country to face many of these challenges, and we don't need to rely on so-called experts that come from abroad and they don't understand the local situation, and very often we are paying a lot of money and the results may be wanted, okay? So in this company, there was, yes, these new implementations that were done, and even the team, I know the team, they from their workings, the company could implement in a few minutes what normally will take them half a day or even longer, okay? The company could implement huge savings by implementing some new models actually based in software optimization. Well, software used to optimize some of their operations. But because in that company, this group of individuals did not have the support from the top management, these innovations didn't go anywhere. A number of years ago, I went to Germany and I visited a number of innovation hubs there. And one of the things that struck me is that in one of the innovation hubs, an area of the innovation hub was dedicated to a collaboration that they had with one of their major telecom companies. I think it's called T-Mobile. Now, on that part of the incubator, there were a number of young entrepreneurs that had come up with innovations, and the big telecom company thought it would be better to partner with an incubator. Why? Number one, because of culture, okay? The culture in the telecom company is like very classical, very, I don't know, I would call it traditional. At times, innovators tend to be more casual, not so traditional, so let them be in an environment by themselves and work there for the innovations that could be implemented by the company. Second consideration was that in this environment, working with people that are specialized in supporting entrepreneurs, working with hand in hand with other entrepreneurs, there is an environment where all these ideas and developments can actually flourish, okay? I know in Kenya, Safaricom has been trying to promote innovation various way, and one of the things they did was to set up their own innovation hub. Okay. Well, I have some queries on that model because by definition, companies are very good at what they do, and that's why they do well. But they are not necessarily good at innovation. So it's better that they partner with people who have been in innovation, who understand innovation. So I would rather advise that companies, rather than set up their own innovation center, basically partner with innovation hubs that are already in existence, and they have that expertise. So I have been identifying a number of factors. Factor number one was it's very important that top management supports innovation. Factor number two, companies should have some people dedicated to promote innovation. Factor number three, is advisable that they partner with entities that understand innovation and have been in that game for some time. Factor number four, they have to support internal innovation. There are many ideas that will come from their own employees, and they must have a process to support that. Let me give you another example. Google is a very innovative company, as you know. Now, employees in Google have the possibility of spending 1/3 of our time working on projects of their own choosing, projects that are innovations that they think they can develop, innovations where maybe they do have an interest and they do have a level of expertise. Now, 1/3 of the time of an employee is a lot of time, and financially is really a very huge investment. But out of this, many of the projects that are innovations that are coming out of Google were the projects that people were taking in this 1/3 of their time. It reached a moment where these projects became mature enough for Google now to take them up as a company project. So you see, they have a channel through which they can channel that innovation. It is something that they are clearly supporting and providing a framework for their employees to do that work, okay? Yeah, then it comes the fact that companies are adverse to taking risks. So again, a company has to create a framework where it can create the test bed where these projects can be tested, okay? As iLab and IBIS Africa, we have been working with a number of local companies. Some of them, for instance, are in the insurance industry. So we can work with them in order to identify potentially new products, have a test bed where these products can be pilot, they can be implemented, we can get feedback, we can get market information, we can see what type of impact they can create so that in that process, eventually they can test and identify what ideas, what products might have an impact. Again, in the game of innovation, there is no sure success. Or rather, in a way, you already know before you go into it that a high proportion of these ideas are going to fail. So it is part of the game. If you don't risk, you don't gain. Yes, you have to risk on a control environment if you want, and you need to be prepared for failure. Because when you are looking at innovation, most of the ideas are going to fail. They are not going to be viable. But unfortunately, it is a very bad idea to write off these potential innovations without even trying them. I remember when Safaricom came out with M-Pesa, I had been waiting for years that Safaricom does something of that nature. Basically, that they make it easier for people to access internet, to access the technologies, to access payments. And I thought it was too little, too late. Okay, I consider myself of a person who understood the market quite well. Unfortunately, it was not too little, and it really hit the market and became a huge success. So, great people, very experienced managers in company. Again, I could give a number of examples. Dismiss ideas that later on became extremely successful. So, coming back to the main ideas that I am trying to develop, we have talked about this partnership with startup ecosystems. We have talked about adequately resourcing the innovation activities, adequately providing a test bed, adequately funding these activities. Without a budget, well, without a budget, you can do anything, basically. Research, okay. At times the idea comes from innovators, at times the idea comes from research. And again, there are partnerships with universities is something that can prove extremely useful. A company has a problem. That problem possibly can be solved or by doing research. What is there in the market? What could be done? What technologies could be used to address this issue? At times, even the problems are very, very, I would say, geared towards being resolved by mathematical modeling, okay? And in the aviation industry, actually, a lot of the operations, a lot of their activities relate very well to mathematical models that optimize this type of operations. Data science, as it is called now, is being used by many industries. In the aviation industry, there are so very many applications of data science, of optimization of processes, I mean, I can go through a scheduling of pilots, a scheduling of base in the airports, scheduling or organizing the movement of passengers as they arrive to a hub and they have to move to an interconnecting flight. optimization of cargo. The list is a bit endless, okay? And there are very well studied, defined mathematical models that can be used in order to address these issues, okay? So, and companies that innovate, companies that take advantage of the new technologies, well, basically, they will remain there, and companies that don't, they will eventually fail, okay? And through the years, even in the aviation industry, we have been seeing very many interesting developments, okay? Long are gone the days where, I don't know, before I had to travel, I had to get a printed ticket and make sure I had it, and make sure I didn't forget it when I went to the airport. Nowadays, all that is being done with mobile applications, and I don't need to remember to take my ticket because my ticket comes with me on my phone. Okay, so it's very encouraging that companies like Kenya Airways is looking at innovation, and they are taking very seriously how the company can innovate. It is very encouraging that they are ready to engage with local innovators, and I really support all this and congratulate Kenya Airways and their partners on these very special jobs that they are looking, and I hope they can provide all that support for this ecosystem and collaborate with the entities that can make it be a success. So thank you very much. I think with that, I will finish with my remarks. Martin, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sevilla. We really appreciate your time and the insights you've given on corporate innovation. And we would like to assure you that we are totally committed to supporting the ecosystem and working together with startups and universities and SMEs to create a better aviation space and more opportunities. So thank you very much. So right now, before we have a very exciting panel coming up next, but just before we go to the panel session, I'd like to request Adefunke, if you can probably, if you're able to answer the question by Joanne Chesoni. If you're not ready for it yet, we can then just move to the next panel. She asked an IATA specific question. If not, then Jacqueline Davidson, would you be able to answer a question by Laura Warutere? And the question was, could you kindly share examples of how media and influencers make impact in the ecosystem? And this stemmed out of a presentation by Nicola. So Jacqueline, could you kindly just pick it up?
Yes, I think I see it. Is it the question? Yes, from Ken. How can innovators participate in the challenge of the overall, innovation ecosystem, if that's how I'm understanding and cultivating the ecosystem? I think it's you guys are the ground infrastructure. That's where it really starts. Getting connected with Nick and I, we would love to speak with you and understand a little bit more around, your solutions. I think that's you're a critical part overall of the ecosystem. I think without further context, I would say, getting in contact with one of us would probably be the right next step.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And then there was the other question on how media and influencers can impact the ecosystem. Is there any case study of an experience you've had as you working with the startups and you've seen media or influencers making an impact within the ecosystem? And they were saying especially project-based learning that Nicole had mentioned earlier. If not, then we can take it offline and answer it later.
Yes, I think Nick will probably have added few insights in relation to, the project insights. I think a lot of what we do is really influenced by media. So for instance, with our accelerator, we do have social channels where we will put out specific requests and we will engage with the end user. And, what we really try to do through these media and, whether it's a media, news release or whether it's a blog or a podcast, we really try to engage with the end user through our media channels, through our podcasts in a way that is informative if we're moving our strategy in the right direction. So I will say media overall is a core crux of our overall organizational structure and how we set up our team, because that is something that without that directed engagement, we wouldn't have the insight from the end user if we're moving in the right direction.
All right, thank you very much, Jacqueline. We appreciate it. I'd now like to welcome Adefuke. There's a question that came from Joan Chisoni. I'd like to welcome Adefuke to answer that question by Joan. Welcome.
Thank you, Martin. So the question relates to the competition environment that surrounds the single African air transport market, if I understood it correctly. And it's a very good question because it really does speak to how to ensure that a market that is supposed to be more liberalized is properly regulated, and to ensure that the right competition rules govern them so that there are no there's a level playing field and there's fair competition. The African Union is the organization that's in charge of the single African air transport market, but it has delegated this responsibility to the African Civil Aviation Commission, which is the executing agency for the single African air transport market. Under the rules of the single air transport market, the framework that governs it is called the Yamoussoukro decision. And that decision has all of the operational articles that govern the single African air transport market, relating to market access, traffic rights, and so many of these other things, meaning the way and manner in which an airline from one state will have access into another state and the rules that govern those. Now, some of the regulations that underpin that Yamoussoukro decision as the framework agreement are the competition rules, a dispute resolution mechanism, and consumer protection rules. And these regulations have been developed in the past few years and are ready to be implemented and tested as the single African air transport market marches along with its implementation. So there are rules that govern that landscape to the question in terms of competition, and it just remains for those rules to be tested by airlines and their countries as they go into a market. And just to give an example, if say KQ wanted to go into a particular country and that country for one reason or another is not permitting KQ to go in under the rules of the Yamoussoukro that grant it what we call fifth freedom rights, meaning that KQ can fly from its hub in Nairobi to the hub in a major city in that country, pick up passengers and cargo there, and then fly onward to another city in another country in Africa seamlessly and do the same thing on the way back. And that's what the Yamoussoukro decision governs, which is what really creates that domestic Pan-African market we're talking about. And so if KQ were for any reason or another not permitted to do so, then under these rules, KQ can write or through the Kenyan government can write or approach the African Civil Aviation Commission and let them know that this is the situation that we're facing, and get the African Civil Aviation Commission to step in and intervene with that country. Now, one of the critical elements of this is the enforceability of these rules. Countries are sovereign entities, and many countries insist on maintaining their sovereignty in certain cases for different reasons. Some of the overarching reasons are, either the country is not really prioritizing the importance that aviation has to its economy as a real catalyst and enabler for socioeconomic change and development, or the culture of protectionism for their own carriers. And we see a lot of this happening in Africa. I think that the important thing to note is that the winner takes all mentality doesn't really work for aviation. Aviation is an industry that is premised on cooperation and collaboration. And it's important that airlines are able to work together to access markets, and governments need to understand that. And so that is part of the advocacy around the single African air transport market, to try to see how we can progress this implementation using the rules that are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adifuke, for that response to the question. And I'd just like to highlight that our hashtag for this event, in case you're sharing it on social media, is hashtag KQ Fahari Innovation. That is hashtag KQ Fahari Innovation. So thank you very much for that. We have a very exciting panel coming right up.
You ready for more magic? A magic so colorful, bold, exciting, vibrant, it will make you want more. A destination so rich and exceptionally memorable in countless experiences, you're bound to find your own brand of magic and more. Be it from our amazing ocean, lakes, rivers, and the possibilities they deliver, or the enriching encounters with our highly spirited people who embody our diverse cultures and heritage and bring to life our cities that never sleep. There's more magic than you could ever imagine, and it doesn't stop there. Discover your magic in our vast and exhilarating magical safaris that are simply second to none. And not to forget our ecotourism that is well integrated with our culture. Like we said, Kenya has it all and more. So here's to embracing the new, vibrant, magical Kenya and discovering the best that the country has to offer. Don't be left out.
Right. So now that we've had all the conversations that we've had from the various speakers, the question that begs is, what next? What are the opportunities in a very practical sense? What are the opportunities that exist within the aviation sector's value chain? And in order to answer this question, we have lined up a selection of panelists from different parts of the aviation value chain. And we have, he'd spoken earlier, our Group MD and CEO for Kenya Airways, Alan Kilavuka. We have Dr. Betty Radier, who's the Chief Executive Officer for Kenya Tourism Board. We have Stefan Lopez, who's the General Manager for Nairobi Airport Services, or NAS Airport Services, I beg your pardon. And then we have Jacqueline Davidson, who is the Global Engagement Lead at Boeing Horizon X. And we have Adefunke Adeyemi, who's the Regional Director, Advocacy and Strategic Relations. So I'd like to just welcome the panelists to put on their videos and unmute their microphones so that they can actually reintroduce themselves, and we can take it up from there. Welcome to the panelists. So we'll start with Dr. Betty Radier. I'll kindly request you to just introduce yourself once again, and then we can take it up from there.
Thank you, Martin, and good morning to everybody. I'm glad my video actually shows now. My name is Betty Radia. I'm the CEO for Kenya Tourism Board, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you very much. And then Jacqueline, kindly just introduce yourself.
Yes, hi there, everyone, and good morning. It's great to virtually be here with you all. Apologies for the audio coming from a different direction than my photo. My computer doesn't seem to have a mic, but hopefully that's not too much of a nuisance. It's great to be here. As mentioned, my name is Jacqueline Davidson. I am based in the States, in the Midwest, specifically St. Louis, Missouri, and I support Horizon X Global Ventures in their engagement activities all across the globe and all the activities outside of the United States. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And then we'll go to Adefunke once again.
Hello, Martin, once again, and good morning, and to everyone, to all the participants. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi. I'm the Regional Director for Advocacy and Strategic Relations at the International Air Transport Association, IATA, covering Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adefunke. And then Stefan.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be with you today. Stefan Lopez, NASA Airport Services GM. We are an in-flight company.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And then finally, Alan.
Thank you, Martin. Once again, the last time I was speaking, we had 163 participants. Now we have 257, so about 100 more. So the 100 people didn't hear me in the morning. So my name is Alan Kilavuka. I'm the Group Managing Director and CEO of Kenya Airways, the Pride of Africa.
Thank you very much, Alan. And this panel seeks to answer the question, what are the opportunities in the aviation sector's value chain? And in order to just kind of create a background to it, I'd like to welcome Adefunke to just briefly, in a few minutes, explain to us what exactly is the aviation sector's value chain. When we talk of it, those are very big buzzwords. How can we make them practical? What is the aviation sector's value chain?
Thank you very much, Martin. So I'd like the participants to imagine with me an aircraft. And an aircraft sits right in the middle of this value chain that we've been talking about. Now that aircraft is the asset that moves people and goods around. But everything that relates to that aircraft and its operations is the value chain. So an aircraft itself, the manufacturing of the aircraft is one thing. So it's one part of the value chain, and that's the manufacturers, the OEMs. And surrounding the manufacturing is an evolution of different kinds of technology and different kinds of initiatives that have led to new model aircrafts that use different kinds of materials that are lighter, more environmentally friendly, different kinds of fuels supporting sustainable aviation fuels in some cases, different kinds of engines, different kinds of aircraft that speak to different business models, from the large ones to the regional ones, and even the ones that support charter operations. And so that's the aircraft. Now, for an aircraft to take off and fly and land, there's a huge support structure that facilitates that. There is the airport terminal where the aircraft sort of parks itself at its base, where people and goods are facilitated through that terminal. And so the infrastructure that supports the terminal is also important. You have people being facilitated. You have different kinds of infrastructure to support that. From your checking in Nairobi Airport, you can check in hands-free without having to walk to an agent and speak to anyone. These are some of the issues that support that. So there's technology behind that process. There's also the baggage handling and cargo handling, and there's also a technology behind that process. Before the cargo comes to you, depending on what kind of cargo it is, there's the logistics of it, there's this cold storage in terms of perishables, there's the warehousing, there's so much to support that. There's fueling for the aircraft, it needs fuel to move. There's the airspace that is going to allow that aircraft to fly safely within the air without colliding with anyone, and so on and so forth. The value chain is so wide. There's the catering if you're flying a passenger aircraft, because you've got to feed or sustain the people on your aircraft, depending on how long the flight is and what kind of business model that you've got. There's in-flight entertainment inside of the aircraft itself. There's Wi-Fi on airplanes. There's so wide a value chain, so many different businesses supporting one aircraft taking off and landing. So that is what that ecosystem is. One aircraft in the middle with so many other elements supporting it. I mean, the list is endless, really, I've got to say, but you can just imagine that picture that I've painted for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adefunke. So it's some sort of a web. You just see an aircraft taking off and landing, but there's a whole beehive of activity that's happening behind the scenes to enable this aircraft to fly safely, to enable the customers on board to enjoy the services offered by the aircraft, to enable them to collect their bags at the end of the terminal, to even before you start it, to enable them to do their bookings. It's very, very interesting. And I'd like to, I'd like to ask Alan, who sits in the middle. He today will represent the aircraft that sits in the middle, and because he's the CEO of Kenya Airways, and there's this whole network and this whole value chain around him. How exactly can innovators plug into the airline space to add value? Because we have this whole value chain and we have innovators who are on the call today. How can they plug in? At what point or what space can they come in to add value to the value chain that Adefunke has so ably explained here?
Yeah, in fact, I ran the risk of repeating what she said, and also what Nicola said earlier on, because actually what she said is exactly what you're asking me. But let me start first of all by saying that aviation in particular, actually airline business in particular, is first of all very highly capital intensive, very highly digitized because we use a lot of technology. It is also labor intensive in a sense because we use people to do what we need to do, but at the same time, very low margin business. Actually, probably the lowest margin business you can ever find. There's a common saying in aviation, which I think is true, say it as a joke, but it's true, that aviators in aviation, only airlines don't make money. Everybody else does. You know, Stefan and the like, and Jackie, they all make money from us, and we all lose money, which is partly true because we are very low margin business, and you know, our market is mass market. So the more people you fly, the more you fill your aircraft, the more likely that you'll actually make money in the end. So the opportunity therefore lies in innovative ways of kind of expanding that margin, reducing cost. And there are a myriad of opportunities there. So what are the new thinking? I mean, if you think about a startup, startups typically would give you a new thinking of how you can very cleverly reduce your cost and expand margin, optimize your margin. So if you think about specific areas that you can think of, how can you digitize more, for example? How can you reduce manual touch points, make it more comfortable for your customers, and therefore at the same time reduce need for manual intervention, clearly increase your efficiency and therefore reduce costs. So that's one good area that you can think of. Also, what we, particularly in Kenya Airways, and I'm sure many other airlines are thinking about is, how can you respond to new customer and emerging requirements and needs? So our customers, our passengers are looking more of, they're thinking more of their health, safety and hygiene, particularly with COVID-19 and other viruses that are coming up. So what makes it more comfortable for them to travel? What encourages them more to travel? So there's opportunity right there. Linkages, make technology more touchless, make it easier for passengers to book, make it easier for us to contact our passengers. Now, we are like I said, we're in the business of mass market. So we want to reach as many people as possible. Unfortunately, in Africa, and Adefunke will tell you this, is we have opportunities here. I mean, we are 3% of the transport market in the world, air transport market in the world, 2%. And as you all know, we are 13% of the global population. So we have a deficit of air travel. And there are problems, of course, with regard to, or challenges with regard to taxes and access to market and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, we still have opportunities for travel. So aviation in Africa and aviation in Kenya in particular will grow. And it could grow faster, but it could only grow faster if we can make air travel affordable. And that's where startups and SMEs come in to help us as big corporates to reduce bureaucracy, reduce cost, make technology easier to use, give us more access to passengers or potential passengers, and more attractive for travel. So again, not specifically any point, but again, just what are the innovative ways, given what already Adefunke has said, and earlier what Nicola was saying, what are the ways you can think of cleverly helping airlines in particular, to access more market, right? And making us more affordable. And you can do that because you have done it before in many other areas. So Martin, those are generally the areas. Again, just one last one, which is an exciting one. I think Adefunke mentioned it in passing. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is an exciting prospect. Obviously, it depends on many things and how it's going to be implemented. But now, all of a sudden, you have Africa as your marketplace, right? So again, so you're not thinking, don't think Kenya, think global, because you have a wider market given the free trade area. If you think about that as a limitation, but of course, someone asked earlier, how can you scale up? If something is applicable to Kenya Airways and it's helping Kenya Airways, it's probably going to help a bigger airline. So that's how you think about your innovation and opportunities that are there out for you. Okay, Martin?
Thank you very much, Alan, for the highlights you've given, and of course, as you've said, as the startups and innovators come in and with brilliant ideas that are faster, that are more economical to implement, it will also be a value add to them. And again, as you said, we have people like Stefan, who's making a lot of money from the airline industry. so at this juncture, we will baptize Stefan Mr. Moneybags in this particular panel. But I'd like to ask Stefan, NAS is currently the key provider of airline catering services. Is there an opportunity for co-creation with innovators? How do you see innovators and entrepreneurs and SMEs coming in and co-creating with NAS and being able to look at, because I know that NAS also has a really wide ecosystem that they work with as you seek to support the airlines to do what they do or offer exceptional service. So what are some of the opportunities that exist for entrepreneurs in that space?
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Alan. I confirm we have also small margin. Yeah? We are quite workers intensive. But no, it's a pleasure being with you and a pleasure being supporting our common guest. But yes, innovators are more than welcome with us. And I will just give you some few examples. And one of your engineers, Alan, was saying that license to fly is safety. For us, license to produce food is safety. And more critically, of course, when COVID hit us, of course, we have very stringent measure to produce food. Before COVID, we used to produce approximately 30,000 meals a day. We are ISO certified. And of course, there is a lot of action in place. So innovators can be there with us for safety, for more traceability, for data collecting. We put in place a lot of things across our company to protect our staff, protect your guests against COVID and anything. But also you speak, and all of you speak about digitization. We engaged that movement, a year ago already, and we digitize all our production process from receiving product to, and we have a meeting with your team Alan next week to propose digitize onboard delivery notes. So there will be no more paper and we will just sign on a tablet, for example. And all across our organization, all our staff are working now with tablets, and we went and we came with our production unit completely paperless. So it's also a digitization we want to continue with. We create also some app to get feedback from your crew or from our guest crew to see how we are in terms of safety, in terms of culinary, and it's important, and we continue to engage ourselves like this. Another example, for example, it's when we issue knife, for example, in our kitchen, it's through an app now. so we can trace that tool across our production units, which is very important. Of course, there is also, and we spoke with Jackie about that, it's waste management. For the last 1.5 years, we engaged also with another company to recycle all our organic waste with a Kenyan company here, and we continue to do so. But how innovators can help us tracing that, getting more data value from that, and see, and it's something also we can share with you, with our guests, to what are we doing with our waste. I know part of our waste we are transforming into detergent, for example. So it's very important, and innovators are here also can help us on that. And the last thing is, of course, we selling food, so our culinary expertise. NAS is very prominent on sous vide technique, which is a very revolutionary technique. But what we can do with innovators to trace, to keep data, to improve our process, I mean, through our production area. So NAS is a 72 years old company, but we have a startup mindset, and we want to continue moving on. And for example, we also involve a program called Get OPEX, where we digitize our process from A to Z. So we also open an app to our guests, our staff, as you said, Alan, with innovation goal Wazopoa in Kiswahili, for our staff to go on this app and share any ideas, any innovation they can have through our units, through our different perimeters, to keep growing and to keep moving on, and also satisfy your guests. As you said, Alan, we have different things, different approach. Us in flight catering is a little bit more different. It's not a B2C industry, because we have our first guests are your crew, and our second guests are your guests. But it's try to see what we can do, how we can streamline that, and to get feedback also on that. And another example could be with innovators, and for you, it's to have an online meals pre-order system with you and us, and your guest flying on, I don't know, on JFK route can order his meal in business class or in economy, and we can also work on that, and it can also have some cost saving behind that for waste, for example, to save some waste. So we are quite very open for any innovation, working with you all, and most welcome for any innovators to what we can do and work that journey together, for sure.
Wow, thank you very much, Stefan. And just to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, I'm sure you have a really wide supply chain in terms of the food that's prepared on board and everything. Do you see any ways for entrepreneurs or innovators to plug into your supply chain, like before the preparation of the meals at NAS? Is there any opportunity there for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think there is still opportunities. With NAS, we're producing 97% of our meals from local markets, from Kenya. We're importing some cheese and things like this, or salmon, for example, but most of our meat, fish, our meat, our veg, our fruits are from Kenya. So there is always some solution. We have been contacted, or we are working with some suppliers, and we would like also to grow our suppliers. NAS has an history with some suppliers, and what we can do for that. Why, and again, come back to digitization, why tracing our raw materials. We have also mandate as been ISO to trace our products. So if there is an issue somewhere, and I touch wood on one meals, we must be able to trace that meal to the supplier through our product system. So there is innovation, and for traceability, I will say, for ease of traceability, it could be where the raw material is coming from. I'm sure we can explore some few things here.
All right, thank you very much, Stefan. We appreciate those opportunities, and I'm sure that the entrepreneurs on this call are all ears, because those are very interesting opportunities for them to be able to plug into. And now, tourism, as Adefunke had indicated earlier, is one of the biggest contributors to the aviation ecosystem and the aviation sector. Most of the customers we even carry on board KQ are leisure travelers, probably going on holidays with their families. We have seasonal travelers who want to go for retreat during Christmas, during Easter. So I'd just like to invite Dr. Betty Radier, that from a tourism perspective, how do you see innovators plugging in and offering relevant solutions, and what are some of the gaps that you see existing that they can be able to take advantage of?
Thank you, Martin, and thank you to all of the previous panelists. I was really pleased when I heard Adefunke, Stefan, and Alan speak, because they do all the work and then we take all the glory. So, and make the money and whilst we are at it. The thing about it is that travel and hospitality, or tourism and hospitality, cannot exist without aviation. I think the pandemic was one of the greatest moments of truth for people in our industry, who tend to really be proud about what they do, in helping us realize that without aviation, without that whole sector, as Adefunke said, they're in the middle. The aircraft is in the middle. Without that, there's no business. There is no tourism business. However, having said that, unlike the rest of the panelists who do all the hard work, we are able to turn that hard work into money and to make a lot of noise about it. So the thing around innovators and the aviation industry, first of all, it's important to note that the moments of truth for consumers, because that's really the tail end at which travel and hospitality come in. The moment of truth is, and the burden of delivering that is borne by the aviation industry. And yet aviation and airports are inextricable. So when you look at the burden of being able to deliver what the touch points that consumers are looking for are, they are borne by the aviation industry. And having said that, the touch points that Adefunke mentioned are what really drive that business. Alan has a lot of work in terms of being able to deliver across this, in terms of being able to deliver across the experience of baggage collection, cargo, fueling, catering, which Stefan has to do. And consumers are that much more demanding, especially after post the pandemic. So some of the innovation, some of the areas of innovation that we need input in, especially when innovators are looking at this sector, is just looking through the consumer travel interaction and figuring out how that is anchored on aviation and airports. And what that does then is it begins to get, especially innovators, to start to think, what are the ways that we can encourage people to, first of all, re-embrace travel and hospitality, but also to make that experience a lot more pleasant and make those consumers make that choice to travel a lot more confidently. So things like contactless technology and touchless experiences are becoming really, really important. And this is not even just within the ecosystem of travel, it is within the ecosystem of going around opening up businesses for post the pandemic. So this is going to be an area that, as much as technology has been the focal point of being able to drive this touchless experience, it needs to then drive on to all of the other contacts that the traveler has to make as they move on to make the travel decision. So then it calls for how it is that aviation and tourism industry is able to utilize form factors such as smartphones, which are really pervasive and available to most travelers as well as most business people. So this becomes a focal point. When we look at things like pre-order technologies, using digital to be able to do things that things similar to what Amazon did with their just walkout technology. Everybody wants to shop at Amazon, but you make the decision confidently when you can actually browse through probably an online magazine, determine what you want to get from that outlet, buy it, and actually just walk out without ever having any sort of contact. So those ideas around that, especially around airports, passengers, say at Schiphol, already can order meals using QR codes, simple things like those. And the challenge for say, that Alan possibly faces is if the airport doesn't work, people never remember that it's the airport. They say, I flew Kenya Airways and the experience was terrible. I couldn't even order a simple thing like a meal. And when I was at the airport, it didn't make a difference. So they don't differentiate between the role that the airport plays and the role that the airline plays. And therefore the airline bears this whole burden and has to be the the forefront or the pioneer in terms of being able to drive that experience, partnering obviously with the various airports. There's the issue around the return on that investment that airlines have. Consumers now are demanding more flexibility. People want to be able to cancel and change their travel plans and want policies that are a lot more flexible. Obviously, they don't understand that Stefan probably already prepared their meal and Alan already banked their booking as revenue. So these innovators just need to figure out how do you get consumers to be a lot more sensitive to the fact that they want to travel, but a last minute cancellation has implications for the whole value chain. And that really dictates or determines what sort of experience they have in the end. Because if an airline is not able to make money and the rest of the people in the ecosystem are not able to get a good return on the investment, it means that then the benefits that would be inherent to the traveler are reduced in that respect. On the part of product providers such as ourselves and the aviation sector, I think consumers more than ever are looking to be kept informed. Aviation has almost become the go-to point for what is going on in other markets as relates to, as I think it was Adefunke that mentioned, issues around quarantine, issues around requirements for travel, certificates around COVID, any passport they need. People want to...
We're waiting for what the doctor...
I'm sorry for the interference.
Okay.
Grace, can you mute?
Yeah, because now you see, right now.
Sorry. Just give me one moment.
Okay.
All right, we're good now.
Okay, people want to be able to get this information, and the aviation sector and specifically airlines are very good at having or collating all this information in one specific area, especially about the changing trends that keep on happening with COVID. The issue around things like health passport app, the challenge is that consumers want to be able to deal with a partner such as either, especially in the aviation sector, that is sensitive to the challenges of travel. So they want to be able to engage with their aviation partner to get all of this information at once. And then there's the overall, just the overall hygiene factors that consumers are expecting to be able to get even as they move around and interact sector. And this is driven and is being delivered on board and on the way to being on board, which is usually at airports. So things such as you find certain carriers are coming up with innovations such as wellness ambassadors. These are tools or are benefits that consumers find attractive in terms of them being able to make the decision to travel. Now, somebody would ask, how is a wellness ambassador relevant to my travel? The implication or the perception of it is actually more important to the traveler than the reality of it. So in this sector, this webinar is timely because innovations around messaging that can be provided to travelers both online, on board, and offline as they go through the travel experience is really important. Things like, as I mentioned, how it is that airlines are protecting their crew. That's important to travelers. How it is that, as Stefan mentioned, how it is that the meals are being provided to signal to the traveler safety and hygiene is very important. So if there's ways that innovators can find easy ways to communicate what it is that is happening in the aviation sector, and specifically for specific airlines in these areas, it's important. Things such as how the aircraft is cleaned, the mechanism that the aircraft is using to ensure safety and hygiene. I think I really have to commend Alan. When we first opened up travel, all of us came to understand that there was a technology called HEPA. We didn't know how it worked, but it sounded very comfortable to make you think, okay, I can actually travel, because the perception is that if I'm in an aircraft, all of us are breathing the same air. That's sort of the mundane way that people think about things like those. So when you tell them this technology and you go ahead and explain it confidently, and it sounds technical enough, Alan, I begin to believe that actually I'm quite safe traveling. I'm not sure how how much that is the reality, but from a perception perspective, it gets people onto the aircraft. The issue around using things like thermal technology, that's just an innovation. Things like, I think I saw it's in Doha where they have the smart screening helmets. All those are really innovative gimmicks that people put out there that move people into the era that we are in, where travel and aviation will be impacted continually and for the foreseeable future post the pandemic. So those types, the issue around rapid screening at airports, PCR testing, what is going on in that sector? And like I said, aviation bears the brunt for anything that goes wrong within the value chain. So if I lose my bags, it doesn't occur to me that actually it's not Kenya Airways or it's not the airline that I'm flying that is responsible for that. There's another body that's responsible for that. They may be partners in it, but they're not directly responsible for it. It's important that the aviation sector, first of all, is lauded for the activities or the interventions that they put in place as relates to opening up travel, but also innovators can work with the aviation sector to find easy ways to communicate to these travelers and the people within that industry that are looking for these reassurances at the various touch points, so that we then are able to open up the market successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adir, for, wow, that's really insightful. Thank you very much. I don't know, Alan, if you want to respond to what Dr. Betty talked about, HEPA, is it safe?
In fact, I have.
Or is it just technical?
Well, no. I have Boeing. They are even a lot more qualified to tell us whether it's safe or not. But yes, it is safe. It's not just hype. I mean, I think, the studies have been done by major manufacturers showing how the air flows and how it filters out the virus. And according to the studies, 99% safe. And it does within every 2 or 3 minutes, there's a new air within the aircraft cabin. So, all the studies show safety. In fact, the cabin environment is much safer than even the hospital environment. The hospital environment does have HEPA filters, but the way the air flows is much better in a cabin environment. So the cabin environment is the safest environment to be in this day and age, much safer than even being in the open space. So you all are encouraged to travel. Don't be afraid. Just keep your masks on, and when you travel with Kenya Airways.
Thank you very much, Alan. We should then literally.
I think Funke wants to say something, Martin.
Yes, right. Yes. I was just going to add there very quickly that the air in an aircraft is almost, if not safer, than having triple bypass heart surgery in a theater. So it is that sterile and that safe. And there are studies that we've done in collaboration with the OEMs, with the aircraft manufacturers that show this. And that's why that travel corridor is quite safe, taking into account other biosafety measures, like you're wearing your masks, washing your hands, physical distancing, and all of the other measures that are put in place at the airport and the end-to-end travel journey. And of course, we have Boeing, so I guess they should come next.
They will come next, Adefunke. So in short, we should try and live in the aircraft as much as we possibly can, because it's the safest. Thank you very much. And now, Jacqueline Davidson, could you confirm this theory of that Adefunke and Alan are trying to convince us that the air in the aircraft is much safer than the air I'm breathing right now?
So yes, I can confirm that from my BCA Boeing Commercial Airplanes colleagues. However, I will say, just take everything. I am not a technical person, and for the luck of all of us, the reason why it works is because I'm not working on it. So there's very brilliant people out there that I promise you do have the utmost top of the line technology, from spraying every single aircraft in between each passenger journey. So I can definitely attest to the fact that the technology does work.
All right, thank you very much. And so to kind of try and tie this all together, because you are the one who stands in between the corporates and the startups. Boeing, you have Boeing, which is a very huge corporation, and then you have Horizon X, which works a lot with the startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem. We have seen the opportunities that have been highlighted by Alan, by Funke, by Stefan, and by Betty. What has your experience been meeting with startups at Boeing, and what are some of the ideas you can throw out there to the innovators that are connecting today as we move towards the design challenge by KQ in a few?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I have to echo everything that my panelists have said. I think, I completely agree with lots of the points that have been made. For me, in my role, working in and day out, directly engaging with the startup ecosystem, directly engaging with entrepreneurs all across the globe, I think the points that have been made that have resonated most with me is definitely the essence of how this is an end-to-end journey. So this is much broader than the traditional ecosystem that you might see. So for instance, I sit in the role of the Boeing company where we build, as the OEM, the aircraft. Our value chain as an airline industry, from all the points that you've just heard, are much more broad, considering the fact of the assumed risk and shared implications all across the value chain. So for instance, for me, my customer is not just the airline, but my customer is also the passenger. My customer is also the tourism sector. So how can we come together to support each other in some of these audacious, big challenges that are safety, sustainability, COVID-19? These are not one problem for one individual to solve, but it's really an assumed partnership from everyone that has a stake in the whole value chain itself. I think the other point that is really critical is trust. So, to your question overall of, what has it been like and how do we successfully co-create with startups? It all comes down to trust at the end of the day. What I do want to call on is, and something that has been eye-opening for me for the past 2 years, I'll say, is I have seen more growth in our sector from companies that come outside of traditional aerospace. So, at the traditional entrepreneurs that I meet with day in and day out will say, if they're working in oil and gas or maritime or other sectors, they think that their technology is not applicable to aerospace. I strongly encourage you to think beyond that, because there are strong applicabilities across many other sectors that do apply to aerospace. One example that we're seeing now is the strong synergies between the healthcare sector and aerospace in providing a safer passenger journey for the individual. I'll call out a specific example. So with our accelerator companies that we were working with in our second cohort, we took in a company called Signal, and they're based in the UK. And all of my other panelists have talked about the importance of digitizing the passenger journey, of affordability and lowering costs. Safety is, of course, very critical as well. As the OEM, you would think that a lot of the companies that we would be working with are all around, manufacturing and how to more efficiently produce the aircraft. Signal changed a lot of the way and how we think about our role and how do we support the end user. So Signal is, they are, as I mentioned, based in the UK, and they are a company that's focused on behavioral science. So they are using, they're the world's first technology out there that is using behavioral science and the study of individuals and how they make decisions to increase efficiencies among pilots and reduce the need to deviate. And overall, that has supported the pilot in being able to reduce the airline spend in overall oil and fuel consumption. but it's also reduced greenhouse emissions. And so their whole goal is focused on sustainability and how can they help make the pilot feel more comfortable, but how can they also reduce greenhouse emissions on a traditional route that isn't changed at all by simply studying individual human behaviors. That was something entirely different, that the psychological nature of individuals and how we think about our passengers and our crew and our pilots was very different for the Boeing company. It's something that we probably wouldn't have thought about otherwise, but has helped us in understanding our pilots, has helped us in understanding our end users in a way that we wouldn't have been able to before. Going back to that point of trust, you know, I think for me and seeing some of these companies coming outside of the traditional aerospace sector, coming in, it helps us think differently. It helps us be more innovative. Bringing the outside in, bringing sectors from tech, bringing sectors from healthcare and health services into aerospace, where applicability is actually very strong and there are lots of synergies, helps us improve ourselves across the entire value chain. That trust comes down to also understanding that entrepreneurs are individuals who can do this better than anyone else. So entrepreneurs, their roles and their personalities are inherently creative, and we don't want to stifle that creativity. We want to allow them to consistently innovate. So how do we set up an environment that allows them to do that? And what we found that could be the most success is getting different perspectives from our internal businesses and being able to bring those problems to the entrepreneur and to the individual, the innovators themselves. Because at the end of the day, this is what they do. Their expertise is innovating. Their expertise is problem solving. So whereas before we might have, you know, in previous, 10 years ago, we might have gone out and said, hey, look at this cool technology. We found this really great company. How do we work with them? That paradigm shift has been for us in the sense of building trust with the ecosystem by building trust with our subject matter experts, aligning our subject matter experts to the ecosystem and to the founders and entrepreneurs themselves and saying, this is our problem, and letting the entrepreneurs do what they do best and innovate around a specific problem and pain point, rather than trying to align the technology to the problem itself. I think this shift has helped us at Boeing think a little bit differently, but it's also helped to put more, control back on the entrepreneur and the innovator themselves, because rather than having to be sales oriented all the time, they can do what they do best, which is innovate. So being able to create that environment where we can trust one another and where we can really establish ourselves as more than just a traditional OEM and give access to other elements in the value chain, because again, problems like safety, sustainability, efficiency is far bigger than Boeing, and it's far bigger than any one element of the value chain. How can we support one another and support the innovator and the entrepreneur to be more effective in doing their job and be more effective in creating new technologies?
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. That's very interesting experiences there and insights on how we can be able to partner effectively with entrepreneurs. And I agree with you that entrepreneurs think like there's no box, leave alone the common saying that think outside the box. To the entrepreneurs, there is no box. That box doesn't exist in the first place, and that can kind of be a culture shock to corporates that really have processes and standards and policies. So thank you very much for the insights you've given. There are a lot of questions that are coming up on the chat and on the Q&A. But before we go to that, even as we move towards wrapping up, I just wanted, some of them will just respond to them by typing and everything. But maybe we'll pick one or two to ask live. So I'd like to give each of the panelists like your parting shot. What would be your parting shot to the entrepreneurs on the call today? And I'll start with Adefunke. What would be your parting shot to the entrepreneurs on the call today?
There's so much opportunity in aviation. And I think that I cannot stress this enough. If there's anything you take away from this call, it is the fact that aviation is a minefield of opportunity, even though it's not typically an industry that people think about in that way. And I'd like to just speak to 5 areas where I think that the innovators on the call can really focus on. Let's talk about financing. Alan had mentioned already that aviation is a really high cost and low margin industry, and that is absolutely true. And everyone in the value chain makes money except for the airlines. This is also true. However, it doesn't have to remain that way if we have the innovators in the house thinking about how to address or redress this solution. And I always joke with people that anyone who is able to reverse this trend for aviation should win the Nobel Prize in economics. But maybe it would be the innovators that do it. And why do I say that? You can help us raise money for the airlines. Typically, the airlines wait cap in hand for government to fund them, and this is just not sustainable. And we saw, exactly how deeply this impacted the airlines during the COVID-19. So perhaps the innovators can help to think about how can we raise money for the airlines? Not in the typical sort of IPO way, but how is it that we can start to bring people into buying into our airlines, our aviation businesses, in a way that, one, creates loyalty, but also helps them solve those solutions. So that's an interesting idea. Outside of typical financing structures, how is it that we can help the airlines to start to raise funding and finance, and link that into maybe a loyalty program of some sort, or some kind of incentive that you can create for the airline. So the airline is depending on the innovators to help them think through the solution. So that's the first thing. The second is a question I think that was asked by Brad, or a comment that was made by Brad, and that speaks to the second point around supporting the airlines to deal with the things that are within their control. Okay, so we have airlines that are faced with high costs, taxes, charges, mainly from governments and authorities. But within their control, they can only do 2 things. Well, 3 things really: operate safely, raise money, and reduce their costs. And so in order to do that, the operating safely, we have global standards that support that, but there is also ways that the innovators can think about enhancing these operations for the airlines. In terms of revenue, we can bring new and novel ideas around how airlines can generate more revenue. And that is, using technology, using digitization. There's a minefield, there's a world of opportunity there for people to really think this through. I mean, there's a blank sheet of paper. So it's really helping the airline to think through how can we generate more revenue in order to support and sustain our operations. And reducing cost, of course, is really important as well, so that we can help to enhance efficiency. So again, it's an open door. And then the third area I would say is environment and sustainability. This is a critical area. There's so much going on here, and there's so much room and so much space to do a lot with. Whether it's recycling of plastics, single waste, or, different other kinds of plastics, whether it is supporting with the carbon offsetting program by setting up some kind of community sustainability initiative that can be offset from flights every time a passenger flies on KQ. KQ has a voluntary carbon offsetting program where if you book a ticket, you can get, you can say, I want to offset my flight, the CO2 that comes from my flight by investing in X and Y. So there's so many opportunities. I'm going to drop a link in the chat to our Aviation Benefits Beyond Borders report that really gives best practice examples all around the world, including Africa, on what people are doing in this area. And I think you can really get the creative juices flowing. So that's another really interesting area. The fourth is on cargo. Cargo was the lifeline for aviation during the pandemic in 2020. Most airlines were only able to survive because they were able to carry cargo. And we saw the brilliant work that KQ and the team have done converting freighters and supporting that initiative. Cargo needs to be mainstreamed. So we've got to support that. But it's not just about, carrying the goods. What about some of the back office or logistical support? What other kinds of cargo can we trade? What other kinds of goods can be traded? These are some of the ideas that would like the innovators to think about. How do we get, these end-to-end connections, especially intra-Africa? Intra-Africa is really important because it's a virgin market. So let's think about those areas. The fifth area is tourism. So tourism is really important, and Betty gave great interventions earlier. But there are also opportunities here. How do we get the passengers who are traveling by air for tourism engaged in tourism? So thinking about ecotourism, thinking about what the passengers can do when they get to their destination to support a sustainable tourism sector. I sit on the World Economic Forum Global Sustainable sector. And we're working on exactly this right now, especially as we're coming out of the height of the pandemic and trying to see travel restart. So what can people do in the tourism space? There's so much to do, and Betty gave great examples of that. So these are some of the areas that where I'd like our innovators to, not, just demolish. There's no box for you. So just think about it. If you had all the money in the world, that's what is called the Crozier's question. If you had all the money in the world and you had no limits, what would you do? And what would you do differently? And so if we're working from the premise that innovation is thinking differently to solve existential problems, then that is what is needed from the participants today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to let our attendees know that we are not wrapping up the webinar. We're just wrapping up this panel session because as I said, we want to get closing remarks. We're just getting closing remarks for this particular panel session. And there are questions that you're asking on the Q&A and on the chat that are very pertinent. And towards the end of this webinar at around 12:30, we are going to be letting you know how you can actually participate and get involved. So stay put. Let me try and pull a bit of, I feel like I'm on TV, so I'll say, don't touch that dial. Stay put, hold on. We're going to give you very clear guidelines on how you can participate in the aviation space. And so I'm going to go to Dr. Betty Radier. Your parting shots for this panel, please.
Okay, thank you, Martin, and thank you to all the other panelists. Like we said, we are at the end. We are the end beneficiary of all of the things that happen on the ecosystem. Adefunke was very clear in terms of what the various touch points are. What we're finding is lacking really is innovation around ways of, number one, reigniting the industry in general, in terms of the offering that that industry is able to give as relates to, number one, the access provider, which is aviation, and then the experience provider, which is the private sector within our industry. So there's an opportunity within that whole spectrum of the various touch points for that consumer from the moment that they begin to dream or imagine where they would like to go to the point that they get to that specific destination. So the point around what can you do in terms of ecotourism and sustainability, as Adefunke says, there's various streams. The diversity within a destination such as ours is immeasurable. People can do from whitewater rafting to hiking to adventure. You saw what happened with the rally this weekend. Thank you, Alan, for supporting. That sounded like a really good experience that we had there. There's so much to be done here. The innovators just need to figure out how is it that you restart that whole ecosystem supported by access, because I started off from the beginning saying that we realized as an industry that without aviation, there is no industry. There is no travel and hospitality industry, because whether it is from a domestic perspective, a regional perspective, or international perspective, aviation is right at the heart of it in terms of movement. So there's conversations around cost, which Alan mentioned. There's specific costs that will be inherent for the airline industry, which they really cannot buffer. What are the opportunities there? There's opportunity for people to unpack what is that cost, and therefore what are some of the innovations that can be put in place just using technology, for example, that will help to just bridge or defray some of those costs. There's the issue around the data that is available to the aviation sector. These are consumer data that is available to the aviation sector that innovators can use to literally create a platform that would not only provide the aviation sector with an easy way to target and meet the needs of the various consumers, but also do that efficiently and effectively. which would then bypass a number of the offerings that are available for the sector that may not be of importance to some of the travelers that are there. So that you're not providing a one-size-fits-all, which sometimes can be fairly costly, but you're providing according, or you're almost cutting your cloth according to the various audiences that you have. That's a whole area of innovation right there. Then there's just the experience on board and through the airports that, as you have seen, the aviation sector have really taken the lead in terms of being able to address this issue around safety and hygiene, which is really important to travelers now. What more can be done that, number one, is less costly than what we currently have, because the downside of the pandemic has been the investment required to be able to convince travelers and also to just jumpstart the industry to consider travel again. So there's that whole area there where you're going to be looking at those costs and seeing what are how can we defray some of this cost by using either technology, using partnerships, moving out what's not core competence and seeing what are other ways that we can deliver the same service. So there's that whole opportunity there that is literally a white canvas, as Adefunke said. This is new because everybody's starting at the same time. So this is the period when innovators are able to put forward these innovations for consideration, because the whole world is starting again when it comes to travel and hospitality. So it will be really interesting to see some of the proposals that come through from this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adair. And now I will invite Jacqueline to just give a few parting shots. Your last words.
Yes. Thank you. I agree with that last point made. Exactly. I mean, the industry is ripe for new ideas and ripe for change. There's this point where we're at today. We're at a catalyst, and I think you all, as the entrepreneurs and as the innovators, have everything to gain from where we are right now. My team is working on is ultimately the future of mobility and a more seamless and integrated passenger journey. What does that even mean? I mean, that is so broad. And of course, while we have a value chain and sub-elements and sub-value chains that break all of that out, we're really looking to you all to help us define what that means. We don't have all the solutions. And I think there's a unique position for each of you to play, from tourism, from food and services and beverages, from even onboarding, checking in, check baggage, even down to the very end of your entire passenger journey booking. There's so much relevance, and each of those areas has its own value chain, has its own applicability, and how do we create it better than what it is today? And we're looking to you all to help us define that. I think I would implore all of you, when working with other firms that have requisites and say, hey, can you help me build XYZ? Look to the problems to solve. When you're getting a request to say, hey, build XYZ, that's a request to build a specific technology solution. The gap comes from really that point where you are is, you're being asked to build a tech solution, and that isn't a real solution to the problem because you're not being told the problem because it's not defined and it's not clear. So I would encourage you to understand that you all have a position in this industry just as much as we do. We don't have all the solutions. There is not one size fits all. And I would really encourage you to look to the problems and think about how the problems could fit within your business and how you could help solve the aerospace sector's problems, even if you're outside of the aerospace sector. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we believe that we need to partner with you all to establish this trust and build out a more digitized and robust ecosystem. We need you all to help us and come in and inform us, because it needs to be more of a partnership rather than a information sharing from one way to the other. So I really look forward to seeing all the great ideas that come out of this. And if you ever do want to get in touch, please do reach out. I would be more than happy to talk with any and everyone. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you very much. For Stefan and Alan, we will harass you a bit. We'll give you each 1 minute. We believe Yeah, gentlemen have very few but loaded words. So we'll give you each a minute to just give your closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. No, we'll be quick and cannot be more agree than with Betty Adefunke and Jacqueline. It's just to all the innovators. We are here to help you demolish the box and explore any ways forward and have a win-win partnership with you. And I mean, continue to grow our guest expertise, experience through flying in Africa and around the world. So more than welcome to be with you and demolish that box and think.
Thank you very much. And then finally, Alan, your parting words.
Yeah, Martin, do you still work for me? I mean, how can you give me like 1 minute and everybody else?
Because you're the host. The host
no, it's actually okay. Well, what I would say is, first of all, thank you very much to the panelists. Absolutely great insights. I think for me is to say Kenya Airways is committed to the cause of innovation. This is the way we're going to grow, by incorporating the ecosystem and support from agile technology, agile people to help us to grow. So we are excited about these partnerships that we're going to create with the SMEs and the startups. So that's clear. And for us, strategy, from a strategy point of view, partnerships is absolutely key and critical. Adefunke mentioned something very interesting. She says in aviation is premised on the idea of cooperation and collaboration. That's absolutely critical for us in Africa to understand and to embrace. So one of our pillars of our strategy is partnerships, and not just partnerships across the value chain, but also with startups, not just with the big ones, big corporations, but also with the ecosystem around us, both aviation and non-aviation. And then secondly is to say, innovation is so critical for us because our customers are demanding different ways of us doing things to make it easier for them to travel. So we are only responding to what our customers are saying. And again, that's key and critical for us. So because Martin has said I shouldn't speak more than that, thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you very much, Alan. I really appreciate as the host, you've taken less than a minute, and that's good. So I'd like to appreciate this panel. Thank you so much for the insights you've given, for actually giving practical ways that the entrepreneurs can plan into it.
Martin, one second.
All
if
right.
I may, can I just quickly respond to 2 questions?
All right,
this is
sure.
important. So sorry about it. So I didn't spend my minute, right? So give me 30 seconds.
Sure.
All right. Okay. So there's one from Brad Kamami. He's asking about he says that I mentioned about the quest for profitability should be around cost management, which is absolutely true. And that has been mentioned several times. And he says novel and new revenue streams could help, I think, especially commoditization of KQ skills and brand assets across less developed aviation markets in Africa. We're already doing that, Brad. That's the one thing. So we are supporting other airlines. For example, we supported Rwanda in other of their setups, and we're going to continue doing that. What I'd like to urge you, Brad, is please feel free to connect with KQ Fahari Aviation Hub and give your ideas. This is actually the whole point. And then the last question I'd like to respond to is one that by Susanna Odongo, who says, will this forum enable KQ to go up its game and be more successful? The answer is partly yes. Of course, there's no silver bullet. There's a lot more things we need to do. But part of the point is innovation is key and critical to our success. So I just wanted to answer those 2 questions quickly. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Alan. And I'd also like to assure the attendees that we will answer all of your questions. I know there are questions surrounding around catering and different aspects of this panel. We will make sure we answer them. But right now, we really appreciate all the panelists that have been here. Thank you for making time to be with us today. And now we want to move on to the next session. And the next session, I'd like to introduce the speaker for the next session. And that will be Brenda Mbathi. Brenda Mbathi is the CEO for General Electric East Africa. She's actually the president of GE East Africa. So welcome, Brenda. You can introduce yourself once again and just take it away. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Martin. I'm not sure whether everybody has the event schedule, but given that we may be running behind time a little, I'm really happy to note that Kenya Airways is a great partner, and most of their engines, I'd say all their engines are GE. So I'm going to try and give you the GE experience by moving us along quickly. So here we go. I want to thank, first of all, Alan, Martin, and Grace, and the whole KQ team for inviting me to be part of this great forum. Thank you so much. It's great to be here today. And thank you indeed to our earlier speakers and the panelists. Fantastic session. I have learned so much, and it's great. I think this will help my session to move along quite a bit, because a lot of that I was going to say has already been said. Exactly what am I going to talk about today? Today, I've been asked to talk about corporate intrapreneurship. And what is corporate intrapreneurship? Maybe we can go to the next slide. Intrapreneurship is the act of behaving like an interpreter while working within an organization. And thus, the difference between an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur is that an entrepreneur, so you see, you've got to get this right. Entrepreneur is the leader of a company, and an intrapreneur is an employee of a company, perhaps not in charge of the company. And basically what you might have is that entrepreneurs are usually people who start and run their own businesses. And I assume there are many of us on this panel, on this session today, who are entrepreneurs, and intrapreneurs work for someone else. In other words, people like me, we work for someone else. I work for GE. And basically, when we look at intrapreneurship, and I'd let's say move to the next slide because I want us to move along quickly, the advantages and disadvantages of intrapreneurship. Intrapreneurship is very important for companies, and Alan alluded to that earlier in terms of we need intrapreneurship within companies for growth, innovation, leadership, change, and engagement. However, it does come with some obstacles. When you're an intrapreneur within a company, you may not get the glory. The owners of the company or leaders may look at you with suspicion. Sometimes you may not get all the resources you need. And indeed, you may not be rewarded in the way you expect. Profits go to the company, and you may not be allowed to remain because of failure. And when we've spoken about this today in terms of innovation, failing is just part of the game. It's something that will happen. So there has to be some advantages to being an intrapreneur, to being the person within a company who will go the extra mile. And so for us to do this within our companies, we need to see that we look for high employee morale, we allow employees the chance to fail, we give them access to the resources they need. Marketing, somebody said, why are we talking about marketing when we look at innovation? Again, it's because marketing is a very key part of making things happen. When you read things in social media, if things go well, you get the accolade. If you don't, not just social media, but all sorts of media, just the talkability about things, the announceability about things. This gives you an advantage. Indeed, as Alan said, today we're having this session, but next week they will formally launch the Innovation Center. They will formally launch the Innovation Center with the media, and it will be the media that will go out there and share the good news, for want of another word. So they are important. Next slide. Today, I am going to talk, though, about intrapreneurship at GE. And intrapreneurship at GE is very much related to GE's purpose. Now, previously, or what GE's purpose is normally known for is we're known to be the company that says we build a world that works. But recently, we tweaked our purpose a little, especially during the COVID season. And we said, we rise to the challenge of building a world that works. We rise to the challenge. And there's a reason for that. And I'll talk to you about it in terms of our leadership behaviors and how we wish to operate. So yes, we build a world that works, but we want to rise to the challenge. We want to be, how can I put it, a bit more thoughtful, that we still have a long way to go. Next slide. When we look at GE, many of you may not know, or many of you may know, that we actually operate as a digital, industrial, large manufacturer. We operate in many spheres. Today, I'm very happy to be here as part of Aviation. And so we are an OEM in aviation and indeed an innovator in the aviation space. We work and we look at here our strategy, the future of flight. We know flight as we know it today, but there's the future of flight. I've seen some of the questions come in talking about drones, etc. So we know we can't just play in that space of the engines of the aircraft you know today. We need to look for the future. We look at energy transition. So we're a big player in energy. Across Africa, GE is responsible for 65% of all the power assets. And this translates from steam, hydro, gas power, renewable energy in terms of wind power, and the grid distribution and transmission. In Kenya, we're involved, it's the GE turbines that were linked to the grid last month at Kipeto Energy. We have hydro projects across the region, Bujagali in Uganda, the GERD project being currently built in Ethiopia. We have gas power in Tanzania. We're very large there, and I would say 70% of the gas power in Tanzania comes from GE, is fueled by GE turbines. And indeed, we control the grid in Tanzania and in Rwanda. So we're large in energy. Looking at precision health, so we're large in healthcare. We operate there. Precision health is our new strategy to be more precise in how we operate in healthcare with the OEM. So we offer the medical equipment. In Kenya, we are known a big partner with the government in the managed equipment service scheme across the 47 counties where we have 98 hospitals with our facilities, government facilities. We're in a lot of private hospitals, and indeed we're currently implementing the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center at Kenyatta University. Next slide. Along with that strategy, we know we have things that we have to do. We look at decarbonization, and our friends at Boeing, Jacqueline mentioned it earlier, we need to look at what more to do in terms of decarbonization. As a company, we look at decoupling. We have different business units and indeed how they all operate as single entities rather than as joined up. And indeed the digital space going forward. Very important. Digital is the next frontier, or is actually our current frontier. But as I mentioned to you, none of this can happen without it being underpinned by our leadership behaviors. And why do we rise now to the challenge of building a world that works? We rise because we need to act with humility, lead with transparency, and deliver with focus, and underpinning that always with unyielding integrity. And it is those leadership behaviors that underpin the way we work, underpin the way we look at innovation, underpin the way we work with our partners. Next slide. We talk about GE, and to be fair, GE is actually a 125-year-old startup. That's how we need to view ourselves. That's how we view ourselves. We need to view ourselves with the startup mentality because this is what fuels our company's longevity. Today, we are 180,000 employees working across the world. In 2019, we were 350,000 employees working across the world. And that just shows you that there has been a lot of new thought process into the way we operate. We've pretty much dramatically downscaled our operations in terms of how many people employed at GE in the last 3 years. As I said, we work in energy, healthcare, digital, and aviation. And we still think that we are a force to be reckoned with. GE was born in the time of the introduction of electricity, the birth of electricity, Thomas Edison. And we see that Google was probably birthed with the introduction of the internet. And thus, we still have to look at how to innovate to be relevant, because the internet and all things digital have definitely changed the way the world operates. So we can never settle as GE. We have to always be impatient for progress. And so our culture encourages a figure it out mindset. Employees have the leeway to take chances, to fail, to learn, and to look for new directions. Somebody earlier mentioned the word, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was who it was, but said the word pivot. I think it was Adefunke. Pivot is something that we do a lot of in GE. Our corporate culture understands success requires a lot of listening and learning, regardless of age or title. You may get an intern who comes in with a great idea. We need to have that patience, that openness to listen and to absorb everything that comes to us. So GE Aviation, which is the key company that we'd be talking about today in terms of Kenya Airways, is a leading provider of jet and turboprop engines. We develop them, we manufacture the components and integrated systems for not only commercial aviation, military, business, and what we call general aviation aircraft. And to do this, we have to have a global service network. So that's another thing that underpins being the OEM, is having the talent and the resource to constantly service the network. I'm very proud to say today that Kenya is a key source of field service engineers for aviation across Africa. And this is really due to the support of Kenya Airways. GE Aviation, of the 180,000 employees at GE, 40,000 are with GE Aviation. And indeed, globally, we have 25,000 jet engines from GE and our partner companies in service today. And please note that an aircraft powered by either GE or our partnership CFM engine takes flight every 2 seconds. So if you give it the quick maths and pre-COVID, we'd say that in the time that I've been talking, perhaps 500,000 people worldwide were flying on a GE Aviation or partner engine. So this means we need to take quality very seriously and safety as well. The next slide. And so when we look at how we do it, we are committed to entrepreneurship by the resources we also dedicate to this. GE dedicates $5 billion every year for research and has 2,800 employees whose work is just to look at new innovation and research. And we patent thousands of patents every year. And it's our culture that allows us to sustain this. We're a very complex organization, and we've gone through different leadership styles, actually determined by the CEOs who have led us, from the very famous Jack Welch to our current CEO, Larry Culp. And key attributes include development training for all staff. Development training for all staff. We all undergo training on an annual basis. This year it's more virtual than others, but every year every employee of GE has development training. And within that training, the intrapreneurship process is inculcated. Everybody has to go through what is known as the FastWorks program, which is an innovation mindset type program that was introduced in the early 2000s and is still there today. And any of my former colleagues on this call will know about FastWorks. And our latest strategy embodies and embraces the lean approach, a Kaizen approach. So actually giving more structure to perhaps what was allowed in terms of just general innovation, but there's now a lot more structure to the process. The processes, we look at everything with a problem-solving mindset, a team effort mindset, and communication to ensure that we do this in an efficient environment. And so when I bring up the word communication, and I refer to the earlier question, especially because the attendee was finding that perhaps we were not answering as the panelists quick enough to that question, communication, which means that there's space for everybody in this ecosystem. Next slide. And so what are the key learnings that you would see? Everything you see around you was started by an entrepreneur, but it takes an intrapreneur to ensure it will continue to prosper. In fact, Mr. Sevilla said that many people have come and gone, but let's take the statistic. 70% of Fortune 500 companies from 1990 are gone. 50% from 2000 are gone. And in business, you either innovate or die. It was Kodak was mentioned earlier. Perhaps even Nokia could be mentioned. Motorola, BlackBerry. Innovators survive. Google, even Starbucks, Apple, Amazon, Procter & Gamble, and of course, I have to say GE. Anybody in a company can be an intrapreneur. Next slide. And if you're an entrepreneur, well, you're just the intrapreneur within your own company. I just want to say that there are a lot of things that remain constant in our lives. For us at GE, it's our purpose, it's our leadership behaviors, and it's the strategy of how we're going to proceed. Indeed, at the moment, we use lean, but there's also a lot of change. And today, in this season of COVID, I don't think we could have imagined the sort of change that we have seen in the last, I'd say 18 months. So change is inevitable, but it's how we run our businesses that we can continue to grow. So I hope, Martin, I've tried to speed things up and caught up a bit of time for you. Thank you very much, everybody, and open for question and answers.
Yes, you have. Thank you very much, Brenda. We truly appreciate the insights you've given us. Yeah, thank you very, very much. And as we said earlier, we will be answering all your questions. This webinar is also pre-recorded, and it will be sent to all the participants in the call. Right now, we want to move on to the thick of things. We are moving towards the cherry on top, and that is the innovation challenge that we'll be throwing out to the entrepreneurs. And right now, we have a very interesting panel. And it's just going to last for a few minutes. And that is how is corporate innovation transformational for the startup space in terms of creating opportunities for startups and SMEs. And some of the panelists are Joram Winamo, the Chief Executive for Sandbox, Dr. Shiko Gitau, who's the Chief Executive Officer for Kala. I hope I pronounced it right. We have Mumbi Mugo, the Program Officer at Hivos, and we have Wanjiru Waweru, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Funhomes. And finally, Linda Kwamboka, who's the Entrepreneur in Residence and Manager at IBIS Africa. So I'll give the panelists an opportunity to just introduce themselves as we move to this next session. So karibuni sana, and I'll start with Dr. Shiko Gitau.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this. I've been looking forward to this day for a few months now, as we've been cracking on what this is going to look like. I'm really excited about what the future of KQ would be, and I loved what Alan said. It's about adding agility and innovation into the thinking what KQ would look like, and what Brenda has just spoken about corporate entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship and what that looks like for different people. So as mentioned, my name is Shiko Gitau, Dr. Shiko Gitau. I'm the CEO of Kala. Yes, you clicked it well, Martin. Kala. Kala means to spark in Zulu. It's a digital innovation lab based in Nairobi. We serve all of Africa. We help organizations in their digital innovation and digital transformation journey and innovation and building innovation capability with the goal of catalyzing Africa's digital future. And I'm really, really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to welcome Mumbi from Hivos, Mumbi Mugo.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for this wonderful session. Like Shiko, I've been looking forward to this day. I have learned a lot from the previous presenters. There's just too much I I have gathered, and now I know who to blame the next time I don't get a good meal on my flight on Kenya Airways. So it has been,
don't blame us.
Yes, obviously. So it has been a very good learning experience, and I'm looking forward to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we have Joram.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Also a pleasure to be here. My name is Joram, and I'm a CEO of Sandbox. Sandbox is an innovative, space just behind the aisle, where we bring together different professional services to help entrepreneurs grow. So our primary job is helping entrepreneurs, to get their businesses running and scaling. And as Shiko said, we've also done it across the continent. So really looking forward to this session as well.
All right, thank you very much, Joram and Shiko and Mumbi. And I think we'll just start with you, Joram. You have mentored startups and SMEs for many years now. What has your experience been as far as the ability to co-create, especially with corporates is concerned? Do you feel like startups can add value to the corporate space, or is it just a myth and a rumor?
Yeah, so thanks. I think it is probably one of the biggest ways in which corporates can innovate. Because when you look at the nature of corporate organizations, they've been built over many years to have a lot of systems, processes, structures that keep what is already existing going. Because they've been built on, products or services that were invented or built a long time ago. And so by the time an organization is huge as a corporate, it becomes a very rigid elephant, and it becomes very difficult. In fact, I would say that the nature of large corporate organizations is to protect existing ideas or archaic ideas. So you try and bring something new. Risk management will tell you, we cannot go in that direction. We cannot risk with that with our customers. And therefore, entrepreneurship seems to be something that is, like the opposite of corporate success. But as we all know, ideas will always run out of steam, and you always need to renew yourself as a corporate. And so that's where I see the roles of startups and SMEs coming in, because these are people who are still toying with new ideas and can afford to try and fail. And therefore, corporates can partner with startups to tap into that flexibility and ability to toy, fail, and and grow slowly. Some of the other things that are usually built into corporate structures is the whole aspect of perfectionism. And yet entrepreneurship requires zero perfectionism. Entrepreneurship actually requires a lot of experimentation, a lot of trial and error. And therefore, you'd find that entrepreneurs are the ones who get into the space where they can, try out these new ideas. And that's what I also see as a strength. So you'd find that, once you open up this challenge, you'd find a lot of people who are toying with small ideas that can be brought into the KQ space and then scaled up, and maybe even with other, airlines across. And so I don't just think that it's very important. I think it might be the biggest way in which, if you look at a lot of organizations globally, they tend to grow on the basis of acquiring, small businesses that have come up with a new great idea, and then they are able to use their corporate structure to scale that, to like the 50 countries KQ is in. If you get a good idea here, you can find that you've scaled that up quite quickly, and then it provides avenues for new revenues for an organization like KQ. And so I'm hoping that this becomes a trend where more corporates in Kenya begin to look into using startups as, bringing in the new ideas to grow.
Thank you very much, Joram. Thank you very much. And on to your point on startups working with corporates, we have Dr. Shiko from Ala, and I believe Ala started off as a startup. I think it's now past the startup stage, but but so I'd just like to ask you, what are some of the opportunities for creation with corporates that have been available to Kala and as a startup, and how has that transformed the organizations you've worked for? More, how have you gone into an organization because you had an opportunity to work with them and brought about a transformation in the organization?
So we are still very startup-ish. we are very startup. We are not anywhere near out of startup. I think, as Brenda said, you all have to keep that mindset. You have to be day one. Amazon says it's always day one. Brenda has said they are 180, I think. Yeah, old startup, so we cannot afford to not think as a startup. When you actually literally a startup, you're just 18 months old. But in that 18 months, we've been able to work with organizations, including the government of Kenya, to bring agility into their thinking. We realized that being an outsider, I mean, having worked in a corporate innovation setting a couple of times, rounds with different organizations, and working outside and in a more open innovation setting and bringing innovation into an organization, there's a very huge difference, because from the outside you see things that the corporate organization within corporate have seen or are aware of but are afraid of speaking out. But because you're an outsider, you can easily point out to things and say there's an opportunity there without being cognizant of somebody stepping on somebody's toes or somebody's empire or somebody's bonus. So we've learned that it is this kind of thinking of going in as an outsider and being able to just disrupt. We always say we go in as troublemakers to just disrupt the status quo, and we are willing to embrace people blaming us. And with that, we have seen organizations like thinking, oh my God, this is how we can actually adapt data in decision making. Because there's one thing saying we want to be a data-driven organization, to this is the next step we are taking tomorrow or in the next month as an organization, because our data is telling us this is what our customers. So for example, there's a client where they said, oh, we've been doing market research. We are talking using market research. What we did is we went out and recorded customer sentiments, actually recording it, and took it back to them. And when they heard it from the customer, said, oh my goodness, this is what the customer is saying, the voice of the customer, not just market research and insights. It is the actual voice of the saying, and that actually makes a huge difference. That bringing that outside thinking inward makes a difference. But what the other thing we've seen is connecting, being the middleman between corporates and startups, seeing a possibility of a startup in our ecosystem that can actually solve within a corporate that is one of our clients, is one of the things that we have seen. Because as Joram mentioned, is that corporates accelerate not necessarily because of the ideas that come from within the organization, unless you're GE and you have an R&D team. Sometimes it comes from acquiring an organization or working with a startup that is outside their comfort zone. And sometimes there's a bit of clashing, there's a bit of fighting, but they will see, oh, there's a potential for accelerating our growth and our revenue, because always growth, revenue, or brand, the three of them. So how do we use our startup to be able to work with those three things, or any of those three things? And startups work really fast to make sure that you get there faster, because they don't care about your corporate politics. They care about how fast do we disrupt and grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shiko, and that's very interesting. The fact that you can get what you said, that you can get into an organization as a startup totally oblivious of the political nuances of the hierarchies, and also the fact that you are from the outside looking in, probably you're more acceptable, and people would really listen to you because you're not involved in the day-to-day running of the corporate. And that brings me to our next panelist, who's Mugo, who works in a very creative space at Hivos. And I'd just like to ask, what are some of the challenges you face in attempting to work with corporates, seeing that you guys do a lot of creative stuff at Hivos, and most corporates are really serious and hard up, and they have a way of doing things. What are some of the challenges you faced in working with corporates, Mumbi?
Thank you, Martin, for that question. Please allow me to keep my video off, because my internet is about to misbehave. I don't want to take the chance. Well, thank you so much. Yes, Hivos East Africa supports creatives and what we call cultural activism. We have a big program called Room. For more information, I can share that on our website. I can share the link to our website for our audience to go have a look at it. And yes, like Shiko and Joram have said, actually Joram put it very well. He said big corporates are rigid. and that's the word I will continue using. So for us, about 4 or 5 years ago, we commissioned a study to evaluate the challenges facing the creative sector, generally looking at the status of the creative economy and looking at the future of the creative economy in East Africa. And we attempted to look at opportunities that could inform development and innovate self-sustaining, impactful programs for creatives in East Africa. And in looking at that, we looked at the future of the creative and cultural sector in East Africa. And what the study noted is that there is a great opportunity for artists to develop bigger local audiences, as well as customers for their artistic products. However, the report also noted that some of the likely challenges or bottlenecks that those creatives will face, and that was 5 years ago, so we were looking at the future, and I think now this is where we are. So 5 years later, we were looking at what would be those possible challenges that these creatives would face that would take the wind off their sail. And other than the fact that there is so far a lack of arts management education within the education system, and this creates a vacuum for artists to manage their careers, and they are not able to manage their careers, and neither can they negotiate with big corporates, because of also of the way the corporates work and what Joram has said, that they are rigid. And these creatives have their own sense of style and their own sense of ideas. So that has been a challenge, and so many years down the line, it is still a challenge that we are facing. The other thing that artists, in that study, we also did some interviews, and so one of the challenges that the artists say they face with big corporates is what we call one-off, or what they call one-off sponsorships. So corporate players target one-off sponsored programs to build their brands. And in a meeting where we were meeting, one of those big corporates was like, but you people are just starting up. Why are you so ungrateful? But artistic communities and hubs that are within sustainable institutions tend to do better than their counterparts who may not be well within such organizations. So we have these institutions, we have hubs, or we have startups, or we have creatives who actually perform within such sustainable institutions. And there they get the training that they require. They are able to access markets. They are able to access programs to improve their skills. They are able to get well-crafted and implemented strategies, and they are able to effectively run their operations. And you cannot compare that to creatives who work outside such organizations. So this is just a call for these big corporations to build more sustainable programs. And even if they are promoting these creatives with one-off sponsorships, I think we would go a long way if we had more sustainable programs that are tailor-made for this group of people. The other challenge that they listed was that they face a complex and bureaucratic business environment. And I think Joram has mentioned that the fact that they are rigid, and there is a certain way of doing things, there is a certain way of thinking, there's a certain way of generating ideas and passing these ideas actually. And there is this YouTube conversation by Simon Sinek on millennials in the workplace and the future of workforce, this millennial generation. And he describes millennials as those people who were born between 1984 and after. Actually, I thought it would be like in 1990, but it's actually 1984 and after. And these millennials have been accused of being entitled, lazy, etc. And what he says in the conversation is that the future of workplace will change, because this generation is this generation that is coming up with all these ideas, is a generation that is setting up all these startups, is the generation that is doing all this creative and what we are calling cultural activism. And he ends up by saying that the present corporations not adjust and adapt their systems to this digital generation. And what happens is that we end up losing potential staff, or we end up losing potential ideas, or we end up not agreeing to what they're saying because we have completely refused to adjust to what is happening. So corporates have not known how to value their work and impact. That is also what the creative said, that once you go to a corporate for a partnership, or once you approach a corporate for a partnership, they don't know how to value that work. So costing it becomes a problem. And so this is just a question of more awareness creation on what cultural activism is and how corporates can benefit from it. And then maybe then they would be able to value the work that these creatives are doing. Lastly, they also said that big corporations are not open-minded. I think that goes to the same question of being rigid. And here, I might just give an example of Facebook. When Facebook acquired Instagram in 2012, the critics argued that Facebook saw Instagram as a form of competition, and that they bought it to maintain its dominance in social networking. And a lot of criticism was shed on this merger. But after Facebook acquired Instagram in 2012, and then they began to integrate the two by making it easier to share photos between them. So a like, for example, or comment on Instagram could then appear on a Facebook user's feed. And what this did for Instagram is that it grew its users base, and consumers of Instagram found its value more than when Instagram was in its own. And only after this integration with Facebook is when actually Instagram grew. And you can imagine what would have happened if this merger had been blocked, or had this merger not happened, then Instagram would not be as big as it is today. So what we are saying is that a lot of these creatives or startups claim that corporates have seen them as competition, or have seen their ideas as competition. And sometimes what has happened is that corporations have infringed on the intellectual property of these startups and creatives by implementing their ideas. But if corporates be able to buy off some of these startups and believe in their potential, then we would have many Facebook and Instagram stories today. And I think previous speakers have talked about it. Brenda has talked about how do we have a culture of learning and of patience, and how do we change the corporate sector to be more accommodating. And Nicola also in her presentation said that one of the ways we can build a culture of innovation is to test the ideas and learn from mistakes and grow. So I think this is very good. I think it's one of the ways that we can start, and I think there is a lot of potential in what creative, in what startups can bring to big corporations, a hub of ideas. So thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you very much, Ruby. We truly appreciate those insights. And we have Shiro, who is an actual creative who's worked on a couple of projects. And I would just like you very briefly, I know that there are several corporates that you have probably worked with. You've created very interesting, sustainable products that are environmentally friendly. How do you, in just a brief moment, how do you suggest corporates to come in and support such initiatives without killing your creativity, without rigidity? I think you're on mute, Shiro.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, KQ, for this phenomenal session. I've been listening in since 9 o'clock. Slight correction, I'm not a creative, and I'm an industrialist. We need to change even the language used on creatives, because when you start calling creatives, you put us in a box, okay? So people don't expect much of us. I can see Joram smiling. So we design, yes, but everything, including the aeroplanes, external, interior, every detail of GE products is first designed by a creative. Then there's an engineer who works with the creative. But it's about people, then it's also about the people it's being made for. So we need to first start by changing terminology used for startups who are creative. So I am Shiro, I am an industrialist.
Perfect.
So it's
correction taken. Shiro, industrialist.
Good, thank you. So we're the crazy people who think that we will create jobs by manufacturing, which is what we need to be doing. And I love the conversations around innovation and startups and technology. We believe technology is an enabler. For me to make 12 chairs or 25,000 chairs. Technology will do it for me, right? So somebody will design the chair, but the chair is being made for somebody who will sit on it. So the way we look at what we do is very, very different. And I think this may also help if we start redefining who we are in how the corporates see us as well. It's not out of pity, help the startups. It's the value. The previous speaker talked about the value Facebook saw in Instagram. What's the value we offer, right? And maybe also how we see ourselves. And I'd love to have more of these conversations where we redefine who we're seen as, who we see ourselves as. And then I think that's when the game will change.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shiro. So that point of correction is taken. Yeah, it's true. What you're saying is true. The moment we say you're a creative, people probably expect you to, draw some art or something. But yeah, yes, we also do. Exactly. But then that's what they limit you to. But when you now call yourself an industrialist, then it becomes revolutionary, because you can be able to show the thread on how what you do connects to the engineer who connects the, throughout the value chain before you make a particular product. Where does it start and where does it end? So thank you very much for that. And finally, we have Linda Kwamboka, who actually works in a space where they work with innovators, they work with corporates, they work with students. So Linda, in just a few minutes, could you give us the experience? What has the experience been in that space, juggling the innovators and the entrepreneurs and the corporate and the students and the university faculty and all that at IBIS?
Well, thank you so much, Martin. I will say that I'm very inspired with what KQ and its partners are actually doing, and which I believe the people on the panel are. And I can tell that there's goodwill to see how can innovation really get into the aviation space. So I really commend you, your team, and also the leadership for that. One of the biggest things that I've experienced is that leadership is quite important when it comes to interacting with innovation. And that speaks to academia, it speaks to corporates, it speaks to the startups as well. So you will find that sitting in this space, let me just introduce myself properly. I am an entrepreneur in residence. So I've been in the agri-tech space, which still I am in. But as an entrepreneur in residence, my main role is to support the university and its leadership to really understand to what degree can we support innovators and innovation in the ecosystem. So designing programs around that and making sure that we truly understand how we can provide thought leadership, especially as academia, in providing talent and also information around how innovation can contribute to value and, of course, later on our economy as a country. So being in the space where as academia we're supporting several stakeholders, you find that corporates really want to innovate. They want to move forward. They want to listen to their customers. They also want to become leaders in the industry. But where to begin has always been an issue, mostly because there is the excitement around moving forward and sustaining their companies, either to be fast in the market, but also there is the contention around how leadership and the culture in the corporates changes towards supporting the new innovation and moving forward. So there's that contention between the culture, the leadership, and the excitement towards innovation. We've seen students really moving quickly, developing their talent, and trying to find their way to work with the corporates as either a customer or to be employed within these corporate environments that can provide opportunities for them to explore their talent better. But also we have seen how startups look at corporates as customers. We've also seen them as, we've seen startups look at corporates as talent absorbers. So we all know that out of so many startups, majority of them will fail and some of them will exist. So whenever we find that a startup has failed or it has closed shop, the corporates actually absorb that talent. So there's a lot of good and a lot of balance within the ecosystem between how corporate innovation can really be a good contributor to the progress of technology and the progress of value delivery. But also at the same time, it has to be well shaped. And that is what we have seen, incubation centers, academia, and all these other interesting organizations like Hivos or Kala or even Sandbox. What they're doing is to support, to shape that corporate innovation to actually take care of the stakeholders along the supply chain. One thing I will say is that corporate innovation, what it can really do is to bring more, provide a platform that then can give an audience to the great work and talent that young people have, the great work that the startups and innovators have, because they're kind of like a big brother. And also there's a bit of liquidity and investment in terms of research. They're the ones who will identify very quickly, due to their expansive reach, what the customers are talking about, and whatever they cannot be able to solve internally, then that becomes an opportunity for them to partner with the startups, to bring in new talent that then becomes an entrepreneur within their organizations. So there's a really key role within corporate innovation that has to be explored further. How we do that, I will say that KQ is really taking a good, it's taking a good approach by having the intention, especially from leadership. I've seen Alan being present from 9 o'clock all the way till now. I've seen him leave. I don't know whether it's an internet issue, but he's been present, and of course he will give his closing remarks. So he's actually present. There's intention. So I will say that there has to be great intention and leadership in terms of culture, and we've seen this, of course, even with one of the partners that Dr. Sevilla had mentioned was Safaricom. I'm sure many people in the ecosystem have worked with this telco company, and I'm sure right now we can definitely work with KQ. But what I will say is that we experienced a merger and acquisition probably.
In closing
remarks,
yes,
let me just finish. We experienced an acquisition from a startup that was actually incubated in the university. So you see that this provides liquidation into the ecosystem. It provides talent and more employment opportunities within the ecosystem. What is most important is leadership, direction, and working with partners within the industry, so that then there's success all around, I would say. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Linda. We truly appreciate this panel. I know it's been quick, but because this panel is composed of people who support or work with entrepreneurs and who are entrepreneurs, so we can make it quick and snappy. Now we want to move on to the last panel, which is the KQ Innovation Challenge. We want to introduce the innovation challenge that we are throwing out there as a business to the entrepreneurs that are on this panel, that are on this call rather. So I'd like to introduce the team that is going to be introducing the KQ Innovation Challenge. And the team that we have is, I'd like to welcome Jackie. Kindly, Grace, put up the slide for the Innovation Challenge. All right, thank you very much, Grace. So I'd like to introduce and welcome the team that is going to be presenting the KQ Innovation Challenge. The panelists, we have Julius Tairu, who's the Chief Commercial Officer, Kenya Airways, and he'll be introducing the Customer Experience Challenge. We have Hawkins Pusili, who's the Head of Engineering Services at Kenya Airways, and he'll be introducing the Engineering and Maintenance Challenge. And we have Jackie Muhati, who's the Head of Marketing, Brand and Sustainability at Kenya Airways, and he'll be introducing the Sustainability and Wildcard Challenge. So over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Martin. So the stage has been set. Funke talked about climate change and environment as key focus areas for the industry. The CEO, Mr. Kilavuka, did allude to the circular economy approach that KQ has used in creating the Innovation Center using recycled material. And the first two challenges that I will be talking to, or rather presenting, will be around that. So many organizations in the past have focused on gaining a competitive edge in their business, but ignored crucial environmental issues. But this is shifting, and there's a lot of interest from stakeholders and customers and the public towards environmental conservation, specifically looking at ecological concerns, improved standards of human living, so social challenges, and advancement of long-term economic competitiveness, which is economic matters. This is where sustainability comes in. So the first challenge that we are presenting will essentially be an alternative energy brief. So what is the problem? Kenya Airways has taken steps towards reducing our energy consumption, energy costs, and efficient energy use. Our facilities are continually identifying the scope of efficient energy use and implementing the same, but we wish to scale this up. So we would like to consider a solution that is environmentally friendly across our operations. We want to further align our operations to our sustainability policy and contribute to SDG 7, which is around affordable and clean energy. By so doing, what we hope to achieve is saving costs, which are critical when it comes to, of course, our operation, reducing uncertainty in power supply, and contributing positively towards the climate resilience. So we invite proposals from the teams to evaluate the current energy sources at Kenya Airways and provide an implementation proposal for an alternative energy that can help us achieve the above. What of course we expect and believe is that where electricity prices are high, we can achieve a payback for an alternative investment energy faster. So Brenda is on the panel, GE are there, the innovators can reach out and see how they can support KQ in this particular challenge. On to the second challenge, we will then also be looking at water recycling. Water is a scarce resource, and the demand for clean water continues to grow rapidly due to an increase in population and of course our lifestyles. We need to protect our water by reclamation and enabling or pushing for sustainable way of reusing the water. You can imagine at Kenya Airways, we wash aircraft. Just think about how much water we would use to wash an aircraft. We flush toilets. We want to sort of, water the garden and things like that. And essentially what we want to see is how we can promote a circular economy approach around the water usage in this space, and obviously reduce our bills, and of course, approach our cost reduction operations within this area from that perspective. So those are the two challenges we are looking at under the sustainability angle. I hope I'm a bit clear. The point of references for that, for the entrepreneurs and innovation and the innovators online would be our website. We do have our sustainability policy on the website, and it clearly defines and outlines the areas of focus for Kenya Airways. Funke talked about the aviation sustainability guide that is IATA specific. You may go to the website and look at exactly how they're guiding the industry to support this. And then you've also got a private sector initiative under energy on the UN Global Compact website that gives a bit more information around that. So that is for the two. And now on to the wildcard. So what's the challenge for the wildcard? Next year, Kenya Airways will be turning 45. That is quite a milestone for an industry that is very tight, highly regulated. And with the growth of innovation in this space, it seems an excellent way to approach this new paradigm. By combining sustainable driven innovation, innovators and entrepreneurs may define this concept as a new products and processes and provide customers with a new way of, provide KQ with a new platform of products and business approach. Our wildcard, therefore, will present an opportunity to you to think of a very wild idea or innovation that is simple, but can position KQ as an innovative company. What we want to do with the wildcard is to welcome any idea that you think will strengthen our diversification agenda away from the traditional business way of doing business, which is flying passengers and cargo. And we are open to embracing any new businesses and income streams. So this is we are throwing out an opportunity for you to think wild, think crazy, and come up with a solution that you think could actually propel us as we turn 45 to do something that is different, to do something that will help position KQ, and to do something that will then also position Africa and our entrepreneurs as different thinking and creating solutions. So in summary, we are looking at creating new market spaces, products and services or processes driven by social, environmental, and sustainability issues that can propel us. And a critical consideration while you're looking at these challenges is we need to move away from theoretical concepts, and whatever you propose and present should be practical, have a component of commercialization of the new technologies and the products, and be something that can be scaled through partners to then have a larger impact and support multiple facets. So expanding the ecosystem for usage. We look forward to having you as part of the solutions as we shape this aviation industry. I hope the challenges are clear. We will be sending a bit more information, and I will hand this back over to Martin and Grace for any other clarification. Martin?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jackie, for that one. We really appreciate. So team, that's the challenge that has been posed for you or regarding the sustainability category and also the wildcard. We'll be taking questions, live questions regarding the challenge shortly. Next, we are going to look at, just allow me to move my slides. I'll welcome Julius to talk about the challenge on customer experience and also to give context for the same. Julius?
Right, yeah. Thanks, Grace. Thanks, Martin. Well done, Jackie. Those are exciting innovation challenges that you've laid out there. First is just to thank the speakers. It's been an amazing session, and also to thank all our participants. Thank you so much. If I just start, I'll be speaking around customer. I think we all agree happy customers are what drives business success. We also do know, with COVID pandemic, with all its horrors, it's a powerful catalyst for change, and especially for our industry. We must change, we must innovate. And also what we know and what we are hearing from our customers is we see the travel behavior shifting rapidly. The needs and wants of the customers are changing. And there are three critical things that customers are telling us. One is they want to feel safe when they're traveling. And I think this has been referred to by a number of speakers today. They also want to feel informed, real time. So that is a second need that is very clear coming through from our customers. And the third one, and again, it's because of the current environment, the COVID environment, they want to minimize interactions. Customers want to have more control over their travel experiences. So as a company and with our partners, we need to innovate in this space around those needs and wants. And also what is critical is looking in today within our business, what are our current customers' pain points. So we looked at the main pain points. In fact, we looked at the top three and asked ourselves, how can we partner up with people who think differently outside our industry to help us solve these problems? Because innovation really succeeds when it is solving a real problem for the customer. And the three key pain points, and I'm sure a lot of the audience here will agree with me, there are a lot of things we do right in Kenya Airways, but there are some things that definitely we must improve. One is around baggage, baggage, and I'll be speaking a bit about that. And then the second one is around disruption of flight. We do know in our industry, yes, sometimes things don't go as planned. So how do you then manage the disruption? And the third one, which a bit touches on the first two, is also communication. How do we communicate to our customers? And in all this, how can we use technology? How can we use the infrastructure that we know is there, especially the mobile infrastructure, to start solving some of these key customer pain points? So the three customer experience challenges that we are laying out there is, if I start with delayed baggage, I think here giving an example is, I think there is nothing as painful or as annoying as, you're going on holiday, or you travel to this fantastic holiday destination. You arrive on your destination, you go through the immigration, all that pain, onto the baggage belt area, and you're waiting for your bag, and then you have to wait for an hour. Your bag does not arrive. You have to go to a counter where you have to fill unnecessary forms, and in all this, you don't even know whether your bag is lost or where your bag is. When are you going to get it? And you're there with your family going for a fantastic holiday. So we do know this is a pain. So what we are asking, and as a challenge, is to find a way we could come up with a solution that gives customer real-time information on where is their baggage, so that to an extent that, when you're at the airport, you even do know in 2 minutes your bag will be on the belt. And in cases where your bag did not travel with you, you can track real time, where is your bag? And this will manage issues like we've seen at the airport, where there's also, customers are taking baggage that they're not theirs, which we call baggage switches. And also ultimately, how can we finally then deliver the bag if it didn't travel with you to your customer? So there is a lot that can, especially using technology, solutions that can be born out of this current pain point, which would at the end drive convenience. And ultimately, of course, we want happy and satisfied customers who then will be willing to then do more business with us. Then the second challenge is around communication. I think also this is a real pain. We hear it every day from a lot of our customers, especially in these COVID times. There's a lot of uncertainty. Countries are opening and closing, new restrictions coming coming up every now and then, which means there is a lot of flight disruptions. How can we manage this better? Real-time information on disruption. So how can we get that information to our customers? And this can also tag onto the number one pain point. So when a bag is also delayed, how do we then give that information real time to the customers? And the third one, which again, you'll see it is also aligned to the two, is how can we also help our customers navigate and also consume other services within airport in real time. So this is almost having a solution that gives you real-time information, whether it's a taxi that you want to take, whether you want to buy a snack somewhere. This can be as innovative as, you want to use a restroom, which restroom is nearest to you, which one is available, which one has less traffic. Really putting all that information on the customer's hand, which then starts to make travel seamless, frictionless, and really a joy. And that is really what we are always looking for in terms of travel. So these are the three challenges. They can be approached as three separate ones, or the solution can actually also be one solution that then solves these three key points. So I'll be open, Grace, at the end for any additional questions for the team to help them then work with us to solve some of these very critical customer pain points. Thanks, Grace. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Julius, for articulating that very well. Like I said, we'll be taking questions at the end. And so Julius will be in a position to clarify any clarifications you may require regarding the challenge on the category of customer experience. And also just to mention, we are looking for one person to provide all the three tools. So that's something critical you'd need to keep at the back of your mind when you're preparing to do your applications. Thank you so much, Julius. Now I would like to welcome Hawkins. Hawkins, are you on? Hawkins is our head of engineering services. Please go ahead, Hawkins.
Thank you. If you may bring up the slide that has the engineering and services challenges. I think they come up. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So at engineering and services, our responsibility, of course, is to deliver serviceable and reliable aircraft to our operations to make sure the experience of our passengers is seamless and it's the best that they can experience. So throughout the various initiatives and in carrying out our mandate, we do come across challenges, internal challenges in terms of the software tools that we have, their capabilities. So most of this is coming from the point of view that the software challenges, the software tools that we have are not able to deliver the whole spectrum of solutions that we require at engineering and maintenance. And instead of going out and acquiring another one and a fresh one that will come out in 2022, we see an opportunity to improve those software solutions that are available, have where it may be required separate tools that will be able to solve some of the key challenges that we're encountering. So the first one is on configuration control program or control software for aircraft. So we do manage aircraft configuration currently, but our existing engineering and maintenance management software tool, which is called Oasis, and it's from Consoft, is not able to deliver this kind of a solution. So we anticipate, and then by actually configuration control, I mean we have information and we have all the data available on which particular part is fitted on each position within the system, within the aircraft, when it was fitted, how long it has operated, part number, by serial number, and all that. So that is the detail that would like a tool that can be able to interface with our engineering team and our maintenance colleagues as well, and bring up that information in a click. And we should also be able, this tool should also be able to interface with our existing software. Additionally is a resource planning tool. We have resource planning tool for most of our operation staff, but for the maintenance staff that do accompany our aircraft, this tool will help in managing or optimizing staff productivity, monitoring, making sure that all our aircraft are crewed as appropriate, most importantly towards the maintenance angle. So we have flights where we do position maintenance personnel to various destinations. As you hear, we have, of course, pre-pandemic, 50 locations across Africa. Due to the various constraints that exist, we do not have the capacity or even the human resources at each and every station, which of course would be quite expensive to position, looking that we fly to some destinations sometimes once a day, sometimes 3 times a week. So we do position our maintenance personnel using, of course, our aircraft. So they accompany the aircraft, and this tool will, of course, help us manage that aspect. There's the contract management portal, a platform that will be used for approval, repository, notifications, expiry, and any other actions that regards our contracts. So we have a wide range of contracts across board. I think we are looking at over 200 different suppliers in the engineering and maintenance space, and managing all these engagements and making sure that the obligations are clear, the expiries are always notified. Additionally, of course, we would like to enhance our MRO website. we have across time, and it has been a focus to diversify into expanding our engineering and maintenance capability. So we do have customers across, coming from across the continent and beyond. And as part of the diversification efforts of Kenya Airways, we are looking at enhancing that experience and focusing on all airlines, because we've noted that there is a kind of a deficiency in terms of understanding the engineering and maintenance requirements, especially for smaller airlines that are operating within Africa. So this website should be able to be sufficiently interactive so that when our prospective customer airlines or existing customer airlines are looking at the MRO offering. MRO actually means maintenance, repair, and overhaul of aircraft. It's kind of a synonym with engineering and maintenance through and through. So the website will help with that. And I think the MRO customer repository and the contract management portal in one way or the other would work as the fifth challenge that we will be posing. That's a dashboard. Over time, I think we have over 100 different engineering and maintenance customers. Some very small, requiring very simple processes. And we have clientele that are looking at products as far as aircraft maintenance. So currently we are expanding that portfolio, and it's becoming a challenge for most of the teams, for our teams actually, to manage the wide requirement across board and the wide service offering that we are currently servicing our clientele. The last one is on defect management, that database. We have various tools, mostly predictive tools, that are helping our engineering teams predict serviceability of systems and aircraft. Now, since most of them are generic tools, they are not customized to KQ as an airline, you find that the accuracy of the information is, you're looking at maybe 70%, 75%. Would like to push it because maintaining an aircraft is a very expensive affair. So if you're having an accuracy of high 60s, around 70%, it means 30% of that cost is going to waste. So you're most likely maybe replacing a part or putting in work on a system that is not adding value in terms of aircraft serviceability. So having a tool that is customized for Kenya Airways. So we have a lot of data, but making sure that that data provides accurate diagnosis, accurate system status is what you're looking for. And this should be customized to operation, to the kind of aircraft that we fly, and to the data that currently exists. I'll be taking questions, and of course, I'll provide additional information on these challenges so that it can give you a better understanding of the same. Thank you, Grace.
All right, thank you so much, Hawkins, for that. And also here we are looking at, if you're submitting a proposal on this category of engineering and maintenance, you should be able to cover all the items that are listed here. So this document will be shared with you, and I'll be giving you more instructions on the challenge and what will be happening, the process. As also, I will be inviting the team that has been helping us put this together. So I'd want to invite Joram and Shiko also onto the Q&A, as well as Julius and Jackie and Martin. So we'll be taking live questions. Martin, you will guide me on who is putting up their hands and who wants to speak. So as I wait for that to happen, I would like to just take you through the process of the challenge. Number one, we'll start with the promotion and receiving of the idea through a portal that we will share with you. So this will start on Monday. So on our social media handles, keep your eyes and ears open to see instructions on the portal that you'll be using to submit your ideas. And then, so that will take about 2.5 weeks. That will be followed by a selection, around one selection where we will only pick 50 of the best applications. And then from this 50, we'll review them for another week. And then the selection round 2 will take the top 20. This top 20 will go through a mentoring process for a week and a boot camp, just to refine their ideas and their presentations. And then after that, we will have the final selection of the winners per category. And this will end at the end of August, where we'll have the announcements, selection and the announcement of the overall winners. So it will run starting Monday all the way up to the 27th of August. So we'll keep you updated even on social media in terms of how, and also on our website. And if you would want to participate, we'll give instructions there. You're free to share with your friends and colleagues and anyone who you think would has ideas that that we can pursue of mutual interest to our business and also to them as entrepreneurs. Just like Shiko had mentioned earlier and said that it's not for pity's sake that we are working with startups and entrepreneurs. It's because they have value and we can see it, value that they can bring at the table, and we appreciate it and we sincerely want to work with you. And so right now, invite any questions you may have regarding the challenge. Martin, is there anyone hands that are up?
It's a couple of hands that are up. But before we go to the hands that are up, I'll start with, there's a question from Wycliffe Mausa, and the question is, once we try out the FAR Innovation Challenge, are the innovations protected in any way?
Okay, I would invite Joram, please, to tackle that one, please.
Yeah, so the process that we have is that, yes, the innovations will be protected. I know Kenyans usually fear giving ideas to large companies. The innovations will be protected. The companies that are selected to implement the innovations when they win will be the ones to be plugged into, whether it's the KQ system or to receive support from the partners who are part of this. There are additional partners to those who've been listed and who are here, who will also be taking an interest in terms of investors or other ecosystem players as well. So for sure, they're going to be protected, and KQ will not be, going ahead to implement other ideas that are not selected or do not make it to the final 50 or final 20. Yeah.
Thank you, Joram. There's another one by Dennis Okore. What will you do with rejected ideas and how many winners per category? So what will you do with rejected ideas and how many winners per category? I think I'll still invite Joram to take that.
I think because we are going to have a lot of ideas coming through, those that will be rejected will not be taken forward. I think KQ is also not just looking to do this in 1 year. We are looking at this being something that will be regular going forward as well. So there'll be other opportunities in future. But because of the way the application is structured, it's basic ideas that will be given at application stage. Then those selected to further stages will then be invited into forums that will then interrogate their ideas in a bit more detail and taken forward all the way to completion. Innovation challenges always come with risks of multiple ideas, being proposed that sound or look similar, and therefore there's a legal disclaimer that if you feel like that is going to be the case, do not participate. However, for those who take the risk to participate, they should know that other people could also suggest ideas that sound similar to theirs. It's always the execution that makes a difference when it comes to how an innovative idea is either plugged in or implemented. So you might see ideas that end up getting selected that look like what it is that you had proposed. But the selection team, which is actually not KQ staff, is going to look at the merit of the ideas based on their commercial possibilities, the track record of the team that is proposing. We look at very many different aspects and end up selecting the best based on the teams or companies that we see can easily be integrated or taken to completion. In the bootcamp, we are going to be helping people to improve their pitches, improve their ideas, improve how they would take things forward. And so there'll be an opportunity for those selected in the later stages to go through improvement processes so that they can deepen or make their ideas a bit more robust. Our encouragement is that we are doing this with a lot of professionalism. Those of us handling this have done other innovation challenges in the past and always protected the ideas or been very professional around the ideas that are suggested. And yes, all the legal measures, whether it's patenting or NDAs and the like required, will be taken into account throughout the entire process.
Thank you, Joram. There's one that I'm going to give Shiko, and it's by Michelle Hissa. Are innovators allowed to be in groups or strictly as individuals?
Thank you very much, Michelle. So as Joram indicated, one of the key things that we'll be looking at in the qualification is the strength of the team. You can be a super person and you can come and say, I'm Martin, I have an engineering background, I've done an MBA, and I have run my own business. So I have strong capability and this idea. Or you can come with 3 other people who have complementarity in terms of skill set. So we encourage teams rather than individuals, but also we know that there's some runaway geniuses out there who want to do this by themselves. Yes.
Thank you very much, Shiko. There's a question by Henry that I'm going to ask Joram again to answer. And the question is, do you need the proposal for an idea or an actual working project? And the second part is, if the latter is chosen, how shall the funding be carried out?
Okay, so we are welcoming ideas, prototypes, or even working solutions that could, fit into the categories that we've talked about. Of course, the further along an idea is, probably the higher the chance that it would be selected, because it's easier to demonstrate something that is already working or that has been tested or prototyped in one way or another. However, we are opening up from idea down to working prototypes. And once, so there'll be different ways in which support will be offered down the line. And as we said, as we open up the challenge, there's going to be a microsite that has all the details. It will outline all the different things, but there'll be different ways. One is that, if your idea can be plugged into the KQ ecosystem immediately as a supplier, that will be one. And of course, because it's a commercial agreement, the business should be able to benefit from that. There will be at the summit investors who have taken an interest in some of the different categories, whether sustainability, engineering, or customer experience or digital or the wildcard. And so there will also be an opportunity to have investors plug in and fund your idea alongside it being plugged into the system. And we are looking at many other ways of supporting in terms of professional support from things like financial management, innovation and product development, and mentorship around just business and entrepreneurship. So there's going to be very robust support. The Fahari Innovation Hub is a physical space that's going to be open to the innovators. And so we're looking at building very robust support from KQ stakeholders and we, the people managing the project, Hala, ourselves, and Strathmore.
Thank you very much. The next question will go to Hawkins. And the question is, can an OEM be part of the innovators team? Hawkins?
Yeah, an OEM can be part of an innovation challenge, and we're looking forward to the solutions that they will be able to provide. I think to Joram's point, the solution that's well along in terms of development can be customized to what KQ requires, and then we'd have to look at it and define suitability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joram. Sorry, Hawkins. And this will go to Grace. No, I'm sorry. This will go to Jackie. And the question is, could someone create a proof of concept on the solution, then present it to a panel at a later date? Can someone create a proof of concept on the solution, then present it to a panel at a later date?
Hi, Martin. I think that should be guided by how we approach it, but of course, a proof of concept that details what the approach will be, combined with the funding proposal and the implementation, I think would be acceptable. But the timelines must be within what will be on the portal, guiding how and when everybody is expected to submit the documentation. So there won't be anything out of what has been defined.
All right.
I think Shiko and Namo can correct and clarify on that further.
All right. Thank you, Jackie.
Okay, I could clarify. I think everyone should remember that it's also a competition. Yes. Okay, so you have to really put your best foot forward. You may have people who might just come and give us wireframes and an idea of how it should run, but others may go all the way down to doing a working prototype. We will select the working prototype over and above, the wireframes, for example. This is language that techies should understand if people are going to bring digital solutions. So as much as possible, see how within your application, you can make sure that the idea is has gone as far as it should towards a working prototype, maybe even an implemented solution, but you think it can be customized and structured, for the KQ aviation ecosystem. But also remember, it is a competition. So yes, we will pick the best implementable ideas or working prototypes over and above those that haven't been developed as much. So yes, put your best foot forward and apply with as great a solution as possible. If it doesn't work out this year and we do another one next year, then you can always come back. We may have different categories though, so take advantage of this one and make sure that within the timelines given, you do your best. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jerome. There's one more before Grace will take the last two. And actually, Grace, you'll take this as well. Is KQ looking at equity stake in ideas that resonate well and have a perfect fit?
Yes, where we can afford it, we definitely will do it. And where we can't afford it, we'll make sure we get an investor who would support us in the same. Thank you for that question, Martin. We have two people who have raised their hands. I'll begin with Henry Okach. Please speak, unmute yourself and ask your question or give your comment. Henry? Henry Okach, are you there? If you are, you're on mute and we can't hear you. Okay, as we wait for Henry, there's also a hand up from Victorine. Please, Victorine, unmute yourself. You're able to speak now. Please unmute yourself and ask your question. Okay, as and when you're able to speak, just do let us know. Is there any other question that we need to tackle? Martin, are we done with the ones from the Q&A chat?
No, there's one more. There's one more. Oh, actually two more. One is and we can take them together, and I'll request Shiko to take this, or even Joram. Can one participate with more than one idea? That is from Ryan Maina. And then the last one is, can an individual or a team engage in different categories of the challenge? So the first one is, can one participate with more than one idea? Then the second one is, can an individual or a team engage in different categories of the challenge?
I think so.
Okay.
You can. Yes, you can. You can. Joram?
Yes, I was going to say yes, please. You can take part in different categories. However, every idea will be looked at in the merit of that particular category, and how it stacks up against the other ideas that have been given in other categories. So you're definitely welcome to participate in different ones if you think you have solutions in different categories.
And yes, and you can submit more than one idea. So they submitting across different categories and submitting multiple ideas even one category. That's fine. You're welcome to it. But I mean, as an innovator, I'll say in building one and making a super strong one rather than just spreading yourself thin by having multiple ideas.
All right, I think the other questions have been answered because it's about whether there's a document detailing the challenges. Yes, this will be shared with once we have different people applying this, the details of the challenge will be shared as Grace earlier mentioned. And so yes, there's a document detailing and it will be shared. And as we said also, this session has been recorded and is going to be sent to all participants. So you can also review it and have a look at the challenges. So over to you, Grace.
Yes, I'm seeing another interesting question from David, who is asking, or rather, let me just shorten what he's asked. His concern is that if the company has a strategy to ensure that staff respond positively to the innovation, and yes, the challenge is also open to our staff. So if you feel you can apply to any of the categories, or if you feel you want to partner with someone else to do it, it's really open to staff. We also want to encourage a culture of corporate entrepreneurship here within Kenya Airways. So yes, it's open to staff, and staff are highly encouraged to apply as well. Thank you for that, Martin. Thank you for that, Joram and Shiko, and also for Jackie and Julius and Hawkins. Right now, I would like us to wind down. I know it's been a long morning into the afternoon, and I would request Julius, who is our Chief Commercial Officer, to do a closeout for us, please. Go ahead, Julius.
All right. Thanks, Grace. I hope I can be heard loud and clear.
Yes, you can.
First, I just want to start by apologizing that we've gone a bit over the time that we had slotted for this session, but it's been a fantastic session. I've enjoyed it. I can see we still have very many participants still on the call. So thank you so much. And before I just wind up, I just wanted to say a few things. One is, as Kenya Airways, we're really open to come back, to build back better. And indeed, I like that question from David about really whether we embrace an innovative culture in the company. Because to be honest, it can be uncomfortable. It can be disruptive if people are used to doing things differently. But as you saw in the opening, we demonstrated that we are open to doing things different. Alan has been in the forefront of really challenging status quo, and I think this is really what we need in our industry. We know travel is a catalyst for growth, for economic development all across the world. We want travel back, and as Kenya Airways, we really want to ensure that we position ourselves as an innovative and a successful company, and not just within ourselves, but with the bigger ecosystems and all the partners. So we've come to the end of the session. I'm sure this is not going to be the last session. This is the start of the many conversations around innovations that we'll be having. I want to take this opportunity to first thank our sponsors, Shiko, Joram, Strathmore College. Thank you so much for partnering with us, for sponsoring this event. I also want to take this opportunity to thank so much all the speakers. We've had very many speakers today. Fantastic discussions. I think the participants have really enjoyed, and I could see that through the questions. And especially to thank some of the speakers who actually had to join, I think either very early in the morning. If I think of the people joining us from the US, thank you so much for being with us. I also want to, of course, thank all the participants for taking your time from your busy schedules for being with us through this session. Thank you and keep supporting Kenya Airways. I also want to thank the KQ team that is behind this, the corporate communication team, the marketing team, the IT team that has been able to also put this together and make sure that it is a success. And finally, I also want to thank our two hosts, Grace and Martin, done a fantastic job. Martin, Grace, I keep saying this, that I think I see another part of you. Hope we keep you in KQ, but you've got a career in another industry. Fantastic to see this. And this is innovation. It's part of also tapping into doing more than just our usual job. And Alan was not able to join us to do the closing. He's caught up in another meeting. Also, of course, thanks to Alan, our CEO, for of course supporting us and enabling us to be able to do this. And with those few remarks, I wish everybody a good afternoon. Stay safe, and I'm hoping to see you flying with us soon. And I also, of course, want to wish all the best those who are going to participate in these challenges, innovation challenges that we've put forward. Wishing you all the best. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much, Grace. And over back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julius, and everyone else. I just want to let the attendees and the participants know that we will be sharing this recording on our social media pages and to all the attendees on email. And we will also be sharing an FAQ document. So we'll put together all the questions you've asked plus many more questions, and we'll be sharing the FAQ documents on our social media pages. So because we've kept you for longer than we'd intended, we wish you an early, happy weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Have a lovely rest of the afternoon, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Cheers.
Hi, I work for Kenya Airways. I'm the head of technical workshops in technical department.
I work with upholstery section.
I've been in Kenya Airways for the last 15 years.
When it came up, we didn't have a lot of work to do because now the aircraft are not flying. So we made 4 types of design. We tested ourselves. So we came up with one design which was easier to stitch and a nice pattern.
We are stitching them from 100% cotton, which is recommended by the World Health Organization. We have a laid down clear process whereby after getting the material from the disposal section of the commercial stores, we take this material to NAS where they are actually sanitized, cleaned, and any germ or any bacteria or any virus is killed at that stage, and then they come here, which makes them now safe for our staff to handle now.
As Kenya Airways, one of the things that we do as part of our sustainability initiatives is to constantly review opportunities that exist, and we know we have obsolete high quality materials in store. It became a quick, innovative solution for us that was less costly, would quickly be implemented by our teams, and would help us resolve internally the need for masks for our own staff who also required to continue working during this period. The hope for the future is for us to then
SkyTeam Airlines are doing everything possible to keep customers safe as they travel and connect across our global network. SkyCare and Protect is every SkyTeam Airlines commitment to 22 safety measures that protect our travelers and employees. The website of each airline in the itinerary provides the latest travel updates, including airline, airport, and country regulations for the entire journey, helping customers know what to expect. Touchless travel is the way of the future. Members' digital check-in options make mobile boarding passes available before reaching the airport. Safe distancing at airports and face masks on board are mandatory because they help protect everybody. SkyTeam members support customers in meeting health screening, testing, or vaccine requirements, if any. SkyTeam Airlines disinfect and deep clean aircraft according to a strict schedule. Every 3 minutes, on the ground and in the air, fresh air flows into the cabin with hospital-grade HEPA filters, removing 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. SkyCare and Protect is every SkyTeam Airlines pledge to provide the right measures at the right time, evolving them when needed to keep everyone safe. When you travel with SkyTeam, you're safe with us.